The magical, mystical,
and wonderful.
yes, and wonderful Adventures of Gordon. Episode 1. Nannan's Quilt. Now, no story can begin without a small introduction of our main character, Gordon, or Gordy, as I like to call him. Yes, I know Gordon, and have done since he was a boy of 1 year old. He's 21 now, but in this series we wind back time to when he was a typical, or maybe not so typical, pre-teen 12-year-old lad. He had blonde hair and lagoon blue eyes. Gordon wasn't your typical young lad. He was somewhat special in the way that he had a very colourful life, as you'll find out. Our tale begins here in Yorkshire, England. Imagine a house on the top of a steep hill surrounded by fields, farmlands, and forests. This is where Gordon lives. It was pretty isolated, and for good reason, because odd things would happen when Gordon was around, as you'll see. On this cold, fresh and crisp English morning, Gordon was doing his favourite thing in the whole wide world. Sleeping, of course. Oh, and how Gordon loved his sleep. He preferred his slumber to go on until at least lunchtime, and he would stretch to 1 o'clock if he could, but his militaristic mother Mildred would always wake him up. She was like a snooze button that wouldn't switch off. Well, this one particular morning, Gordon was slumbering in his bed, expecting to sleep in up to 1 o'clock, as he said to himself he deserved it because it was a Saturday. But Mildred had other plans. So, as per usual, in her loving and gentle voice, she tapped on his bedroom door and said,
Gordon, get up and get dressed now.
To which Gordon replied,
Yes, Mum.
Mildred marched off into her room as Gordon turned over and snuggled back into his cave quilt. A booming voice from the corridor echoed throughout the whole house.
Gordon, I can't hear any movement in there. You better be getting dressed.
Gordon groaned and threw back the quilt and stamped his feet on the floor, to which he heard his mother say,
Thank you, at last.
Little did Mildred know that this was merely a decoy so he could get back into bed and have 5 more minutes, like the snooze on your clock. 15 minutes passed and Gordon had drifted back into the land of Nod, warm, comfortable, and hoping he could stay there for at least 2 more hours. Mildred had experienced this scenario many times before, and so she shouted Gordon's little sister, Polly. Polly was a frantic 5-year-old with a mission to bug her brother as much as she possibly could, and she knew her mum Mildred wanted her to wake Gordon up. Polly scrambled out of her bedroom and ran as fast as she could along the corridor towards Gordon's room. Meanwhile, Gordon, in his dream, could hear the sound of a rhythmic drum. In reality, this was Polly's feet on the wooden floor booming down the corridor towards his room. Polly crashed Gordon's door open and jumped on his bed. Gordon had experienced this before and had hoped that Polly would have learned from last time. Gordon rose from the quilt like a phoenix from the ashes, and after perfecting a punch from his hero, Bruce Lee, Gordon punched Holly and she collapsed to the floor and began to wail. Gordon had hoped she had been conditioned not to jump on him while sleeping, and from the last time he punched her, last weekend. But no, the girl was too persistent and loved to plague his life out. He knew what would happen next. Polly sprang up with tears in her eyes and smiled at Gordon. They sprinted down the corridor towards their mother Mildred's room. Gordon slipped and it gave Polly a slight lead as they neared their mother's door. Polly smashed their mother's door open and began crying and wailing whilst Gordon tried to defend himself over the racket.
Quiet! We are going to visit Nannan and Grandad, so get dressed, teeth and breakfast. I want to see you both downstairs and ready to go in 1 hour. No ifs, ands or buts. Chop, chop. Get a move on,
said Mildred. They both went silent.
Both of you get dressed and get your breakfast.
They looked at each other, and just as they were about to break into another argument, their mother said,
Now.
Taking the hint, they turned on their heels and exited the room. As they closed the door, they both sprinted back to their bedrooms and began getting dressed. Gordon thought he had pushed his luck to the limits, so he decided he would get dressed and go and get some breakfast. He went downstairs and opened all the cupboards, looking for his favorite cereal.
Ah,
he exclaimed as he discovered the last box. He quickly shot over to the fridge to get the milk and drenched the cereal. There was only a bit left in the bottom, and Gordon knew Polly loved this cereal too, so he poured all of it into a large bowl and started to eat like a madman. He devoured the cereal, chewing on it frantically. He looked like a duck, bobbing his head back and forth, expecting the cereal to wiggle down his neck as fast as possible. He thought that would teach Polly a lesson for waking him up. One of these days she would learn to leave him alone. Gordon was down to the last bit in the bowl when he noticed Cookie in the corner. Not an actual Cookie, but their little Jackson dog, who would happily sit in the corner of the room staring into space. Her little eyes would look in different directions independently. Gordon thought this was because she could see into different dimensions. Gordon was reaching the last bit of cereal, and his belly was so full that he decided he would drink the milk and give Cookie the rest of the cereal. Just as Gordon's mouth opened to shout Cookie, the little dog scurried over, sat in front of him, and gave him a paw. He thought Cookie was a mind reader too. He placed the bowl down on the floor, and Cookie tucked into the remaining cereal. Polly entered the kitchen and began in her search for cereal, but Gordon had polished it off with the help of Cookie, of course. Polly looked at the bowl on the floor, and her face changed to pure rage as she turned to Gordon. He looked at her and simply replied, Polly was enraged and rushed over to Gordon when their mother Mildred entered the room. Polly didn't notice Mildred, but Gordon knew his timing was immaculate, and just as Polly began trying to smack Gordon around the head, Mildred grabbed her arm just as it was about to swipe across Gordon's face. Gordon held back a smile and a laugh because he knew Polly had walked into his trap, which was a nice payback, along with the cereal, for waking him up. Mildred told Polly off, and she sulked and sat on a stool in the corner of the kitchen next to Cookie, who stared into space or another dimension. Maybe she could see ghosts, who knows? Mildred did Polly some toast and said,
Come on, you two, and Cookie. We're off to see Nannan and Grandad. Oh, and Bert.
Bert was Nannan and Grandad's dog, just to let you know. The journey to Nannan's began as Gordon, Polly, Cookie, and Mildred squeezed into Mildred's classical mini-car. Mildred fired up the engine and pushed her foot down on the gas pedal, and the little car shot down the country lane. The old suspension bounced everyone up and down, but yet Cookie sat still, watching the other dimension, cool, calm, and collected. As the little Minnie reached Nannan and Grandad's house, they could hear Bert barking as usual. That dog barked at anything and everything. He would bark if a mouse farted across the street. But anyway, Mildred pulled into Nannan and Grandad's driveway and harshly pressed the brake, and if not for the seat belts, everyone would have probably gone flying out of their seats. They knocked on the door and waited and waited and waited and did some more waiting. Nannan or Grandad usually answered the door straight away, but today they couldn't hear or see them through the windows. Mildred pulled out a mass of keys from her handbag, and after fumbling through multiple keys, she found the key to Nannan and Grandad's front door and unlocked it. They were met by Bert, who finally stopped barking once Cookie came into the house and told him off by giving him a weird glare. After all the commotion, Mildred shouted,
Mum? Dad?
Gordon and Polly shouted,
Nannan, Grandad.
All three went silent in anticipation of the usual reply, but there was nothing. So the search party dispersed and began looking for Nannan and Grandad. Oh, by the way, Nannan's name was Brenda and Grandad's name was Dick. Thought you'd like to know. Polly took the downstairs, Gordon the first floor, and Mildred got stuck with the tower. Well, they called it the tower when it was really the attic. Danny lived up there, who was another grandchild. Their search efforts were coming up with nothing. Gordon even checked all the wardrobes, as Nannan could have easily been hiding somewhere in there, as she was only a very small but springy old lady. Nannan and Grandad were nowhere to be seen, which was weird, especially for a Saturday. They would usually be sat in the kitchen debating some topic or another. Polly went through the drawers in the living room to check for Grandad's car keys to make sure they hadn't taken the car. She found the keys and gave a big sigh, as that could have been the telltale sign that they were in the car. Polly spun round and was about to shout her mum when she noticed Cookie sat on the couch staring at Nannan's seat on the sofa where she would usually sit. All she could see was a quilt that Nannan and Grandad had bought back from when they were in Egypt on holiday. A puzzling expression came over Polly's face as she started off into the kitchen. Just as she was about to pass through the door, Cookie made a weird noise. Polly turned around and looked at Cookie, who was staring at the quilt. Meanwhile, upstairs, Gordon was getting bored of searching, so he headed back downstairs to the room where he was sure he would meet up with Polly, but she was nowhere to be seen. All he found was Cookie, staring at Nannan's Egyptian quilt. Gordon dismissed Cookie and headed for the super-secret hidden chocolate drawer, which he found one afternoon while searching his Nannan and Grandad's room. He retrieved a big chocolate bar and reorganized the chocolate drawer to try and make sure it wasn't that obvious that he had taken a secret and hidden sacred bar of chocolate. Just as Gordon was about to devour the delicious chocolate, he heard a strange noise. This made Gordon jump, as he thought it was Polly, so he shot around, shoving the chocolate into his back pocket. Polly was nowhere to be seen at all. He just discovered Cookie staring at the quilt. He gave out a sigh, and pulled the chocolate bar from his pocket and walked over to the quilt. As he approached the quilt, he heard his mum coming down the stairs and began to panic. He needed to hide the chocolate evidence and so decided to quickly throw it under the quilt. What Gordon didn't expect was what happened next. As Mildred stood in the doorway of the room, something amazing happened. Gordon flew into the air as Mildred was frozen in time in the doorway with her eyes at half a blink and her lips open as she was about to speak. At that very moment, the quilt wrapped itself around Gordon and he vanished, falling through the air. His body was spinning out of control. He spiraled uncontrollably as he neared the ground. He yelled, "Ah!" Gordon had materialized into another world. Or, he thought, possibly another dimension. That's why Cookie might have been looking at the quilt. Then, just before he hit the ground, he stopped, and he noticed a familiar face spinning and spinning into focus. Polly's face was spinning into Gordon's vision. He hadn't had nightmares as scary as this. Just as the world stopped spinning, Gordon dropped to the ground with a great thud. Gordon was extremely disorientated, but managed, with the help of Polly, to scramble to his feet. Turning to Polly, he said,
Oh, my stomach. What just happened?
Polly laughed and replied,
I've been here for days waiting for you, Mum, to appear. Come on. I've got to take you, come on.
Where are we going?
You'll see, come on.
Polly grabbed Gordon's arm and began to run towards what looked like a marketplace. As they neared the market, Polly wanted Gordon to be very, very careful. He pulled a puzzled face and stopped in his tracks.
Polly, tell me what's going on.
They both stood for a few seconds, and Polly waved for Gordon to hide and be quiet in some bushes.
Spill the beans. Where are we?
Gordon said.
I don't know. All I know is I touched Nannan's quilt because of Cookie. Then I arrived here and I met this weird-looking girl called Ella. She took me to a fish and chip shop that her family own and she said she knew where Nannan and Grandad are. She said I could stay there until they came for me, but they never came.
This makes no sense to me.
It's Nannan's quilt.
What about it?
It's magic and likes to suck people into this world. Whatever, or whoever it likes. Well, as long as they touch the quilt, of course. I know it's a bit crazy. Come on, I'll take you to see Ella at her fish and chip shop. We can talk to them and have some dinner too.
They both moved quickly, and after a few minutes on the beach inside the magical quilt, a fish and chip shop came into view. There were other shops nearby, but the fish and chip shop was a standalone shop and was separate from the other buildings. Polly waved for Gordon to go to the back entrance, and they both entered the shop. The minute they entered, they were greeted by a huge bull-mastiff dog with strings of drool dripping from his floppy chops. The dog was nearly as tall as Gordon and approached him slowly. Gordon began to panic and thought this was the end as Polly stood, smiling as she knew full well what was about to happen. The huge bull-mastiff jumped up at Gordon and knocked him flat on his back, pinning Gordon to the ground with some rather huge paws. As Gordon squirmed and tried to get free, the bull-mastiff's large head lowered slowly towards Gordon's face. In his mind, Gordon thought,
That's it. I'm doomed. I'm done for. This is it, the end.
As the head neared his face, the bull-mastiff thrust his slimy chops into Gordon's face and began licking and drooling all over him. Polly simply laughed. He wasn't used to this as Cookie, their dog, was tiny and didn't drool or give out huge slobbery kisses. She just gave little butterfly kisses. Anyway, the drool went everywhere, and Gordon did a mixture of laughing, coughing, and gasping for breath. After 5 minutes of drooly kisses, Polly said,
Chips, heel.
The minute the bull-mastiff heard the word heel, he got off Gordon and went to the corner of the room and laid in his basket. Gordon began wiping himself down and stood up.
Ugh. Look at this. Why didn't you call him off sooner?
Chips is not an angry dog. He's a very sweet boy.
Gordon jumped and spun around to see a brown-haired, green-eyed girl.
Hello there, Gordon. My name is Ella. I can see that you've met Chips, our bull-mastiff.
Gordon mumbled and then managed to say,
Hello.
I suspect you're hungry, Come on, let's get you some food and I'll fill you in about the whereabouts of your Nannan and Grandad.
Ella turned sharply and exited the room. Polly smiled at Gordon and said,
Come on, you diddly-dip.
Gordon was still a little shook up from his slobbery kisses, but Polly's voice grated on his brain and made him stand to attention. as he followed her through a massive, big, old-style wooden door and up a set of stone-slab steps into a small but cosy living room. Ella was stood by the old stone fireplace, placing logs of wood onto the fire. Gordon and Polly walked over to a big fabric couch and sat down, nearly sinking into their seats. As Ella piled the logs into the fireplace high, Gordon and Polly felt quite chilly, and they noticed the window looked frosted up with ice. Then they heard someone or something running up the stone steps. The reason I say something is because it sounded like claws tapping on the stone stairs. Their heads firmly fixated on the only entry door to the room, waiting in nervous anticipation of what or whom was about to enter the room. Their hearts beat faster and faster as they noticed the noise became louder, as the claws or feet or something scurried up the stairs. Then, with immense momentum, Chips, the bull-mastiff dog, leaped from the door and jumped into Gordon and Polly's laps, and even further squished them into the couch.
"Huh, I think he likes you,"
Ella exclaimed.
"He knew you were cold, so wanted to warm you up while I start the fire."
Both Gordon and Polly turned their heads to face each other, and Polly said,
I'll never get used to him doing this. He seems so scary, but he's so soft and warm.
Gordon nodded in agreement and said,
I must admit, he's making me nice and warm.
They both turned their gaze to Ella, who was now searching for something on an old bookcase. She fumbled around on the top of the shelf and located a small wooden chest. Taking the chest from the shelf, she opened it, and inside there was a sizable red diamond.
"It is frustrating that these diamonds like to move themselves around the room all the time."
She took the red stone from the chest and walked over to the fire. Rubbing the stone and pointing it at the logs in the fireplace, she uttered the word,
"Infernus!"
At first, nothing happened, so they waited, and then, all of a sudden, the logs were engulfed with bright orange flames that warmed the entire room and lit up all their faces with a comforting orange glow. Ella returned the diamond into the box and placed it on the table, and after a few seconds, it vanished.
"Until the next time,"
Ella said. Gordon felt marvelled, perplexed, suspicious, warm, and a little bit hungry. After a few moments of being dazed at the events that had just transpired, Gordon pushed the huge folds of Chips's skin forward, took a deep breath, and fixated his gaze on Ella.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Basically, we've been transported to a different dimension where magic exists as well as a larger-than-life monstrous dog, and he roams free, and we're trapped to spend the rest of our lives as prisoners to...
He paused for a moment, and before he began ranting again, Ella raised a finger to her lips, and it was as though Gordon couldn't speak no matter how hard he tried. In the corner of his eye, Polly sat comfortable with a big smile on her face as she snuggled down into Chips's fur as though waiting for a bedtime story. Ella pointed at the chair at the other side of the room, and to Gordon's amazement it began to vibrate, then shot across to Ella, and with precision timing she began squatting down to sit on the chair, which then met her backside. So she crossed her legs and got comfortable. Pulling an old pipe out of a small pouch attached to her belt, she began stuffing what seemed like moss into the chamber. She then produced a match from the pouch and lit the pipe. Gordon readied himself for the classical tobacco smoke smell that he was so familiar with. Oh, and no, Gordon doesn't smoke, but his Nannan and Grandad do. Just wanted to clear that up before you began jumping to conclusions that Gordon smoked. Anyway, back on with the story. But the smell wasn't that of tobacco. It was a fruity fragrance that filled the air. This is so strange a place, Gordon thought. After Ella was comfortable, she drew in a large breath and exhaled out a large cloud of fruity smoke and began to speak.
I smoke this pipe to tell you the tale of my world.
As she spoke, the smoke began to form shapes that got clearer and clearer as she went on.
This is the land of King Schwabi.
As she continued, the smoke cloud turned into a man's face. He was bold with glasses and had a golden crown on his head, and a white furry creature sat on his lap. Gordon thought he looked like a classic 007 villain. 007, another favourite character of Gordy's. Just thought I'd tell you.
King Schwabi has enslaved most of the island and doesn't take kindly to anyone. He wants to take over the magical part of the island, but doesn't know how and doesn't have the power to cross the Great Barrier. I put it there. Or should I say, my ancestors did. I just look after it. The people who live on his side of the barrier are controlled and can't break free. He gives them just enough to survive, but not enough to be happy or live a healthy life. All they are basically useless eaters to him, and he just gives them bugs and small creatures and makes them live in small buildings while he lives in a grand castle. Now, I was too late to stop your Nannan and Grandad from crossing the magical barrier that separated us from the king's kingdom, and unfortunately one of my scouting birds saw them get captured and taken to the castle. They will be put in a prison cell until they are exhausted and then questioned for any new knowledge and finally turned into a Schwabi subject and given a small house.
Gordon's eyes welled up with tears, and he couldn't understand how someone could be so cruel and why. Ella continued.
I can see that you're perplexed, and so am I, as I don't understand why we can't just coexist with each other.
Gordon, through tears, began to speak.
Why does it keep all the people like this? Why not just get rid of them?
Ella went on.
Well, he needs to keep them as an insurance policy, to make sure he has an army to protect him in case anyone tries to destroy his kingdom.
Gordon cleared his throat, and with a serious stare, he asked Ella,
Where do I go to get my Nannan and Grandad back, and can you help me?
I'm unable to cross the magical barrier, just like King Schwabi is unable to cross onto my side, but I can give you a few magical items to help you along the way. But I feel this will be too dangerous for a little boy to do alone. Many have ventured into the king's land and never returned.
I'm not just anyone,
Gordon said with a tone of fury.
Nobody imprisons my grandparents and tortures them.
The tense air was broken as Polly began to snore loudly.
She must be tired. She is a good kid, and she's helped me with chips all day.
Ella smiled at Polly and took another inhale from the pipe. Gordon squirmed and just managed to free himself from the great hulking weight of chips. He left Polly to sleep and with a great sigh headed for the door. Ella followed him, and they both descended the stone steps into the basement where Chips usually stayed.
I'm going to say nothing to stop you, as I know how important family is to me and to you, and rest assured that Polly will be safe with me. I'll look after her till you get back. If you get back.
Thank you.
Gordon headed for the door, and just as he was about to go outside, Ella stopped him.
Wait.
Gordon turned around and saw Ella holding a small pouch with an outstretched arm and gave it to Gordon.
Here. You'll be needing this.
What is it?
It's my expanso pouch. You can carry large items inside it, and I filled it with a few things that might help you along the way. Inside you'll find matches, sweet bread in case you get hungry, an expanding tent with magical heat to keep you warm, a strong rope, 3 gold coins and a map. It's a magical map, and it will show you where to go and which way to go. and I've marked a tavern along the way to the castle. I have a magical friend who owns it. He's a good man and helps the people of the city as much as he can. He's called Bert, and he'll help you if you mention my name to him."
"Ah, so it's like a sat-nav,"
Gordon said.
"A what?"
Never mind. Thank you so much for all of your help, and I better be leaving now. I'll come back for Polly when I get Nannan and Grandad, if that's all right."
Gordon opened the door and Ella wished him good luck.
"I hope to see you again soon."
This gave Gordon a feeling of anxiety in his stomach, and he replied,
"Don't worry, you will."
With that, he headed out of the door while fumbling in the pouch for the sweet bread as he was starving. He found the bread and remembered he also had the chocolate he snuck out of the treat box at Nannan and Grandad's house, so he broke off a couple of squares and sandwiched them in between the sweet bread. One slice made him stuffed, and so he put the rest and the bar of chocolate inside the pouch and stuffed the pouch into his back pocket and began walking. Night had fallen quickly as Gordon rummaged around in the pouch for the map. He looked and decided to set up camp near a location labeled Harmony Waterfall. He thought it would be a good place to rest for the night. He pulled the fabric tent out of the pouch and was puzzled as to how he was going to put it up. In frustration, he dropped it to the ground, and as it left his hand and was nearly on the ground, it sprang up and formed a small tent. Gordon thought,
"Wow, I could get used to this magic stuff."
but the tent was so small. The tent was barely up to Gordon's waist and didn't look like it would even fit Polly inside.
"Oh, well,"
he said as he opened the tent door and crawled in. The second he entered, he couldn't believe his eyes when he got inside the tent. It was huge, just like the TARDIS in Doctor Who, he thought. It had a double bed, a small kitchen, and a toilet, too. Simply amazing, but Gordon was knackered, and it's time for bed, he thought. Gordon crawled into the bed and after such a hectic day fell straight to sleep. The morning drew closer as Gordon stirred, waiting for the all-too-familiar sound of Mildred's voice to wake him up. But it never did. Gordon opened his eyes expecting to have been in a dream, but alas, the adventure he was on was real. Very real. For the first time in his life, he chose to get up on his own and get ready for the journey to rescue his Nannan and Grandad. He walked to the small kitchen, opened the cupboard, and found a box of some sort of cereal. It said on the box, Imaginos. He didn't care, he just needed some food. After taking the first bite, he tasted his favorite flavors. It gave him a temporary boost in mood, and he finished his breakfast with a classical Then he headed outside of the tent and started gathering up the tent and stuffing it inside of the magical pouch. He plucked out the map and looked at his current location and where he needed to go, which was the castle. The little pointy arrow glowed on his current location and moved as he walked. So he headed in the direction of the castle. Walking at a fast pace, he reached a bridge, and there was a weird-looking barrier across the bridge. Looking at the map, he realized that this was the magical barrier that Ella had mentioned, and he walked over the bridge and through the weird, fuzzy force field. As he passed through, though, the world changed, and it seemed a little dimmer. He shrugged his shoulders and carried on. Gordon felt a chill go up his spine and back down again. The feeling of any kind of security was washed out of his body the second he crossed the magical barrier. Everything seemed so much more serious as he drew closer and closer to King Schwabby's kingdom. He wondered what the place looked like and how the people were. With what Ella told him, it was a grim and awful world compared to the magical side of the island. He took a peek at the map to make sure he was on the right path when the nostril hairs in his nose stood to attention as he inhaled the smell of musty farts through his nose.
Poor jeez,
He exclaimed.
what on earth is that?
He said. He put the map away and continued on towards the village. As he closed in on the village, he took in the sights, sounds, and fart-like smells. Yuck! As he got closer, he could see that the town surrounded a giant castle in the middle of it, and Gordon assumed this is where the king resided. The houses looked like something out of the history books he used at school. Each house was very small, with red slate roofing and wooden windows with the shutters tightly fastened shut. They all looked run down and miserable. They needed a bit of TLC, Gordon thought. Then a thought ran through his mind again, where were all the people? It was so quiet that Gordon could hear his own heartbeat, and then, at that very precise moment, he heard a trumpet being played with sharp blasts and no particular tune. It was at that moment Gordon felt the earth under his feet shake. The doors on the houses burst open, and out popped the townfolk, bursting from each door and heading in one direction. Gordon had to act fast, as not to be suspicious, and quickly pulled the tent fabric out of the pouch and shrouded himself in it to cover his clothes and face. It doubled as a great cloak. Anyway, they marched through the town in one direction, and Gordon followed. Some were dressed in rags, others in cloaks. Gordon did his best to fit in and went into the thickest part of the crowd to try and evade any unwanted attention. The sea of villagers marched on, and after what felt like forever, they came to a huge open square and gridded like a chessboard. And then they halted and waited in silence. The trumpet sounded again, but this time seemed much louder than before. A small man who was smartly dressed parted the crowd as Moses did the sea. He had a small orb in his right hand and thrust it up into the air. It levitated above the crowd. A hologram of the king burst out from the little orb. He was sat, like a classical villain, stroking a white furball creature that resembled a large hamster. He began to speak. It wasn't what Gordon was expecting, but the king talked a completely different language, or so Gordon thought.
Great opportunity. You must do everything in power. You must obey.
It sounded like complete gobbledygook to Gordon until the man in the suit began to speak and translate what the king was saying.
My dear citizens of my kingdom, please rejoice with me as I, your great leader, have done everything I can to give you more bugs and to protect you, keep you safe from the dangers beyond the Great Barrier.
The king made another attempt to talk to the people.
Magic, no.
To which the translator jumped in again.
Remember, the people beyond the barrier will threaten our way of life and try to steal what I have given you.
The king spoke again, but I'll just let the translator speak to you because I hate speaking gobbledygook.
So today, as a celebration and congratulations to you all for following orders, I have decided that you will receive extra worm spaghetti for your evening meals tonight.
Gordon forgot himself and said out loud,
Yuck.
Everything stopped. Silence for a moment. And at that very moment, Gordon knew he was in the trouble, as the crowd gasped and the hologram vanished. The translator immediately looked around as the orb that projected the hologram darted into and out of the crowd. The translator put the orb close to his lips and said,
Find.
No sooner had he said it, the orb flew again into the air, darting around the crowd, searching for someone who wasn't meant to be there, and by that someone I mean Gordon. The orb began scanning the faces of the townspeople who willingly took their hoods down to be scanned. To say Gordon's heart was beating was a bit of an understatement. It was beating about 10,000 million times per hour. He tried not to panic and to keep his cool, slowly stepping backwards in the crowd, but the orb was very thorough in its quest to find the suspected criminal. Gord nearly reached the outer edge of the circle when one of the villagers shouted,
He's here, my lord!
Needless to say, Gordon thought, forget this, and began to run, pushing his way past the villagers. They tried to grab him, but they were all so weak, and Gord managed to lose the crowd, but now the orb, it was gaining on him, so Gordon had to think fast on how he would avoid the orb. He thought of all his heroes and what they would do. The thinking process wasn't very good when you were in the in trouble, basically. So what would Gordon do? He had to think about this one. He had to use his head. But Gordon didn't have any weapons or anything. It was pure pandemonium. He didn't know what to do. Gordon reached for the magical pouch as he ran between the houses to confuse the orb. He fumbled around inside the pouch and tried to get his hands on everything, anything he could, and then it hit him. A good idea. To stall for time, he pulled the tent off himself. You know, the one he was using as a cloak. Just thought I'd remind you. And he threw it into the road behind him, and it magically set itself up. The orb flew inside the tent, and this gave Gordon a bit more time and a bit of a lead, he thought. But the orb was pretty fast. The orb was inside the tent, darting up and down. Then it stopped mid-flight and analyzed its surroundings. Then a stream of fire shot out of the small opening on the front, incinerating the tent and reducing it to ash. The orb flew out of the smoke in pursuit of Gordon. Gordon was slowing down and didn't know where to go or what to do, and just as he was about to stop, someone or something grabbed his collar on his shirt and dragged him inside a building. The orb shot past, frantically searching for Gordon. Gordon was in complete darkness, panting like a tired dog. He didn't know where he was or who had dragged him here, but he was thankful he was not being chased. But he was still petrified of the unknown character who had effectively kidnapped him. A match struck and illuminated the room. The match floated in the darkness to a candlestick on the side and lit up the room. As his vision adjusted to the room and his surroundings became clear, it looked like a tavern he had visited on one of his favorite video games. More candles were lit and brightened the room even further. Behind the big wooden bar were barrels stacked to the roof. Gordon wondered what kind of drink they held and was eager to have a try. But it wasn't time to think about that, Gordon. Then the hairs on his neck stood on end as he heard someone take a deep breath behind him. Not taking another moment to think, Gordon shot across to the bar and spun around to see his newfound enemy, and got a shock as he was standing across from a little old man. The little old man pulled a small pair of spectacles from his pocket and spat on the lenses and rubbed them on his shirt.
Well then, bloody hell, lad, what lad doing running around the air away from rest on idiots outside? What's that done that's so bad?
Just as Gordon was about to answer, the madman cut him off.
Oh, I know thy are, Gordon. I was joking around with thee. Ella said that might be coming and asked if I'd help thee. I said, go on then. I shall help him. No, go on, but I'll need paying summat, so she said that'd send me some gold my way.
The man's accent was so familiar to Gordon, and he had to ask.
Are you from Barnsley in South Yorkshire?
Aye, and what on it, lad?
Nothing, it's just I'm from there too.
Nah, then another Barnsley lad. Well, I bet they're a tough kid to be trying to get Schwabby's castle, I know.
The little old man looked a tiny bit drunk and was slurring his words, but Gordon gave a sigh of relief and sat at one end of the bar on a bar stool. He was in, without picking a very descriptive word, he was buggered.
I'll bet thou wants to wet thee whistle a bit then, lad.
The man walked behind the bar and pulled out a tankard and turned to the barrels and poured an orange liquid into a cup. Gordon was curious, anxious, excited to try it, but then remembered that the king's subjects were given bug pasta or spaghetti or something, so he thought, what was this, bug juice? The old man smiled as he thought he could tell what Gordon was thinking.
Don't thee bloody worry, lad. This ain't none of that schlabby crap. It's me magical Barnsley brew.
He pointed to the top of the barrel.
That turns it this way for the good stuff, me brew, and that turns it t'otherward for Schwabby's crap. I've got to keep up appearances in case, they come in here and tell lad, this special brew'll recover the stamina and make you feel great.
Gordon smiled and took the very large tanker in his hand and put it to his lips and took a huge swig. With a huge Gordon recovered from the sprinting he had done and felt very refreshed.
Nah then, lad, me name's Bert, with a Bert, with a B, and it's nice to meet thee, lad, but I'll be needing me gold from Ella, that knows. I've got to pay bills, lad-o.
Gordon reached into the pouch and produced 3 gold coins and slid them across to Bert.
Now then, bloody hell, cheers, lad. That's bloody brilliant. I'd have helped thee anyway from out, but Ella insisted, I know. I've got bills to pay and I use it just for trading, so I need to make this special brew. It helps people. Town folk, I help folks who want to escape from me, If they ain't noticed, they're all weakened, that's all my special brew gives them energy to get them where Ella is for a better life. They knows the story, don't they, lad?
Gordon was ready to make a plan to get his Nannan and Grandad out of the castle and back home. No sooner had he thought this, Bert began to speak again.
Now then,
it was as if he just wouldn't stop.
Now then, lad, there. We need to get thee inside that castle, and I think I've figured out how to do it.
Gordon nodded in agreement and put his head into his hands, trying to think of how he would get around all the guards and people in the city.
I've got it, lad.
Gordon jumped out of his skin and listened to Bert intensely.
Thou knows that pouch there on this side. I can bet it's from Ella, 'cause I've seen it afore. And I could use that. How? I'm getting to that now, so I'm gonna stuff the inside it.
Wait a minute. I'm too big.
I know, but it's a magic pouch, han't thou been watching? Thou's been listening, she's told thee about it. They're too big. They'll have no trouble getting in there.
Yeah, but why are you going to put me in this pouch?
Because, and thou thought about it, I turn thee into guards and say, thou ran past me tavern and drop this, and out contraband, out like that, where they think they're going to track thee down and prison thee. They'll love it. They'll take it into castle, won't they? Then thou can take it from thee, lad, can't thou? Bloody hell.
But what will I do when they take it into the castle? They'll just... I don't know.
All right, lad. Oh, they take it to castle, there's got to take it to safe room first. So they'll leave it there, so that's me safe room. And they're just going to have to figure a way out. That's the only way I can help thee, lad.
Gordon nodded in agreement and thought he would be able to come up with another plan when he was there.
Right then, lad. In thou goes, and I'll turn it in. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I've had a bit of that stuff. I'll turn thee into guards, and I said to thee now, lad.
Bert put his hand on Gordon's shoulder.
Good luck.
Bert slapped Gordon on the back, and before Gordon could reply, Bert took the pouch and opened it and put it over Gordon's head and dragged it downwards. The pouch expanded and swallowed Gordon whole. It was very dark inside the pouch, but Gordon had plenty of room to get comfortable. He could hear Bert whistling and walking for what seemed like forever until he heard two other voices. It must be the guards, Gordon thought.
Hey, you now then, cocker. As from this bag outside... Oh, excuse me, love. As from this bag outside me tavern, it must have been from that stranger, and obviously, you know me, I'm honest as they come, and I will report anything thou knows. Here, take it. I would love a reward or anything. If thou wants to get it, I can drop it off at tavern, cocker. Cheers, love. All right, then, thanks. Thank you for being a good citizen. Here is 2 coin credits for extra bugs, said the guard. All right, cheers, cocker, replied Bert.
As the conversation came to a close, Gordon felt he was on the move again. After a short while, he felt as if everything stopped and assumed he must be in the royal safe. Then another dilemma struck Gordon's mind. He forgot to ask Bert how he was going to get out of the pouch. After taking a moment to think, he looked around and picked up the rope and took a strand of it and grabbed a rather large match. Tying the match to the string, Gordon began throwing the match to the small opening in the top of the pouch. After what seemed like a million attempts, the match finally bridged the gap in the top of the pouch, and then Gordon tugged on the rope. It felt very secure, so he began to climb. It took him a while, but he still felt the magnificent energy from Bert's special brew coursing through his veins, and slowly but surely got to the opening. Then, as he emerged from the pouch, he began growing to normal size. Taking a huge breath of air, Gordon found himself in pitch-black darkness. He fumbled around for the pouch and finally found it again. Rummaging around, he plucked a match out of the pouch and struck it. The flames sparked to life and revealed piles of gold, trinkets, candles, swords, shields, chairs and tables, and too much to describe, but it had lots of fancy stuff, and I'll leave it to your imagination. Gordon lit the candle he found and pulled a chair up to a huge wooden table in the center of the room and sat. looking around, trying to think how he would get out and where the emergency exit was. He leaned back on his chair and put his head to the sky and found a possibility. There was a ventilation shaft at the top of the room, and it looked big enough to fit a Gordon-sized person at least. So, nearly falling off the chair, Gordon began piling up the tables and chairs and clambered up until he got to the vent. What Gordon didn't expect was to see two sets of eyes staring back at him from inside the vent. Gordon froze as his heart beat into his mouth. Then a familiar voice came from the vent. "What the heck are you doing here, Gordon?" It was Grandad, Dick and Nannan and Brenda!
Hello, love.
Hello.
Gordon was so shocked that they were both in a ventilation shaft, staring at him. How weird. "Now then, Gordon, let's get you out of there and into here with us so we can find a way out."
How are you going to open the vent, Grandad?
"What have I told you, Gordon? Always carry the multi-tool I got you for Christmas. I bet you left yours at home. Well, I take mine everywhere. You never know when it'll come in handy, like times when you're stuck in a lunatic's castle in a ventilation shaft." Grandad took his marvellous multi-tool and flipped out a screwdriver attachment and began undoing the screws in the vent. After he took out 3 screws, the door swung open and Grandad Dick grabbed Gordon, pulling him into the vent for a bear hug.
What's that you've got, Gordon?
Said Nannan and Brenda, pointing at the pouch.
Oh, it's a magic pouch.
A what? What is it?
It's just got things like matches, rope, and a little bit of chocolate.
My secret stash chocolate, Gordon. Have you been in there?
Gordon hesitated, and before he could say, Nannan and Brenda said,
It's okay, love. I'd have given you some anyway.
Right. We have to navigate our way out of this castle without getting caught, and to do that we could do with a good navigation tool. Perhaps I can make something like a compass, and then... Gordon butted in, as he knew his grandad had a habit of going into a never-ending story.
Oh, we can use this magical map in the pouch.
Gordon pulled out the map, and it had changed to the plans for the castle and their exact location.
Wait a minute,
said Gordon.
How did you manage to escape the prison cell?
Well, when we were in the prison cell, I began talking to the guard, and after about 30 minutes chatting, he very rudely fell asleep. So I took the opportunity to steal his keys, and we snuck out into the guard's toilet, and I found a ventilation shaft, and here we are. The moment Grandad Dick stopped talking, they heard an alarm sound and assumed it was because they had escaped. So, thinking quickly, Grandad pushed the furniture Gordon built up, and it went crashing down. Grandad Dick replaced the vent, and they turned to face the dark shaft. Gordon struck another match, to which Nannan lit a cigarette and began smoking.
Now isn't the time, Nannan.
The glow of the cigarette lit up the ventilation shaft just enough for them to see. Gordon said something he thought he would never, ever say, as he hated smoking.
Nannan, smoke like you've never smoked before. We need the light. We need to see.
Nannan shrugged her shoulders and led the way while Grandad Dick used the map to navigate. After 8 right turns and 6 left ones, they reached the light at the end of the shaft. When they looked out of the vent, they could see the sea and waves below crashing onto the castle wall. As they looked at the sea crashing into the castle, the alarm was super loud in the background, and it was time to make a decision. Go back and face the guards, or climb down and face the sea. Gordon pulled the rope from the bag, and as Grandad unscrewed the vent cover, it swung open. They all peered over the edge and took a big gulp. Gordon could see a barred window just below and tied the rope around his waist and gave the rope to Nannan and Grandad, who held it tight and nodded as they knew what Gordon was going to do. Taking a deep breath, Gordon began to descend the castle wall. He felt like Tom Cruise on Mission Impossible and could hear the theme music in his head. Gordon reached the window and peered through the bars. The coast was clear, and he could just squeeze through. Untying the rope, he attached the pouch and told Nannan and Grandad to pull it back up. He scanned the room in which he was standing in, and there were old wooden lockers with guards' uniforms hung up. He shouted out of the window to Nannan and Grandad.
I'm in the guard's locker room. Use the map to get to the vent in the ceiling and I'll meet you in there.
Nannan and Grandad acted fast and went back into the ventilation system, following the map to the guard's locker room. All Gordon could do was wait and wait and wait. It seemed to be taking them ages to find it, and so Gordon took a seat on one of the benches. The guards must have been on alert and searching the castle for them, so Gordon figured they probably wouldn't come in here, but he was wrong. The door burst open and a tall, thin guard burst into the room with a demonic stare and advanced towards Gordon. His breath smelt of old onions and dog farts. There was nowhere for our little Gordy to hide, and so he simply closed his eyes tight and held his hands up in surrender. Fearing his demise, Gordon's butt-cheeks were clenched so tightly. After a few seconds, he heard a huge clash and a squeal. Opening his eyes, Gordon couldn't believe what he saw. It was Grandad Dick. He was stood on top of the guard, looking rather pleased with himself. He had pancaked the guard to the floor. The guard was squirming and not too pleased, might I add.
What do we do now, Grandad?
Just as Grandad was about to offer a suggestion, Nannan Brenda, like a ninja assassin, descended from the ventilation shaft and administered a swift karate chop to the guard, which knocked him clean out. K.O. With not a moment to spare, Grandad Dick tied the guard's hands with the rope and shoved him into one of the wooden lockers.
Where do we go from here? Let's do what they do in the films. I think it might just be crazy enough to work.
Grandad and Gordon looked at each other and were quite perplexed at what Nannan was trying to say.
Let's disguise ourselves as guards.
Oh, yeah! So they each raided the lockers and dressed as guards. Then they agreed to look at the magical map and head for the magical barrier. Seeing as there was an alert going on, they each ran out of the room and headed for the front door. Along the way, they passed the great vault where Gordon had piled the furniture sky high and could see the guards inside. They were inspecting the pile of rubble he used to climb to the vent. They all looked very puzzled as to what the tables and chairs were doing in such a big heap. Gord, Nannan, and Grandad scurried past with an air of alert as though they were searching for the prisoners like they were guards. They reached the front door and went into a huge courtyard filled with guards searching frantically. Our trio didn't stop. They bolted until Nannan froze in the middle of the courtyard, making Gordon and Grandad stop, wondering why she had stopped. Nannan gestured to the boys to follow her, and without hesitation they did. They ran over to the stables where they were greeted by a troop of silky black horses. To say they looked magnificent was an understatement. Each of them took a horse and clambered into the saddle, which was already fastened to the horse's back. With only basic knowledge of horse riding, they each did as cowboys did on the films and said, "Giddy up!" It worked, and the horses flew from the stables and shot into the courtyard, knocking over a few guards, but who cared really? They were trying to escape. The guards now knew where the prisoners were. The horses were like lightning and sped through the city at a ferocious speed. Each of the riders had to hold tight with all their might, or they would have flown off. The trumpet alarm sounded, which spread through the city, and all the residents slowly marched into the streets, trying to block the path, but the horses were too quick and outmaneuvered every obstacle. Flying through the city on the horses meant they reached the forest with lightning speed, and what took Gordon nearly a day to travel took the horses a few hours. The guards and translator man were in fast pursuit with a hologram of King Schwabby hovering next to them. Gordon hadn't realized how many extra chins the king had until he saw the hologram up close. It was a fierce race, but Gordon, Nannan and Grandad had too much of a lead and were at the bridge with the magical barrier. They rode through the barrier, and Schwabby and his men screeched to a dramatic halt, scowling at the three intruders. Gordon pulled his tongue out at them and turned and rode the horses back to the chip shop. Outside the chip shop, Polly swept the steps as Chips the bull mastiff laid cool, calm, and collected, watching them lethargically wagging his tail. Once Polly saw the three of them, she dashed over and gave her Nannan a big hug. Then, of course, Grandad, and finally Gordon. Ella must have heard all the commotion as she stepped outside of the shop to welcome them back.
Well done on rescuing your Nannan and Grandad.
We kind of rescued each other in the end.
Gordon gave his Nannan and Grandad some credit.
How are we going to get home?
Said Nannan, who was craving her soap operas and a nice warm bath. Ella frowned and looked quite puzzled, which Gordon picked up, and he said,
You don't know, do you?
Ella shook her head. There was a moment of despair, as they all stood in silence, defeated at the prospect of remaining here forever. Then she had a light bulb moment, but before she could speak, Chips stood up and began to smell the air as if something excited him. Strings of drool that resembled shoelaces formed at the side of his floppy chops. He advanced towards Grandad, who at this point looked a little concerned, as if he was about to be eaten alive. Chips circled around the back of Grandad and put his entire head into the magical pouch Grandad had tied to his belt. Ella pulled Chips's head out of the bag, and his teeth were in a bar of chocolate that Gordon, if you remember, had snook from Nannan's secret stash. Ella clicked her fingers, and Chips opened his mouth and let her reach inside, retrieving the chocolate bar.
He must have read my mind. I was going to ask if you had something from your world, so that Chips could get a scent of it and take you back. He is a magical dog with many gifts.
But how?
Here, look.
Ella placed the chocolate under Chips's nose, and apart from making him drool more, his eyes widened and lit up, and he started to look around as if searching for something.
Right,
said Ella.
Get on his back.
What?
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 They all said.
Climb on.
So they all squished themselves onto Chips's back.
Have a safe ride home,
Ella said, and with that, Chips started to run, and, may I say, for a bull mastiff, he ran rather fast. Leaving Ella waving in the distance, Chips and the family on his back were headed towards the edge of a cliff, and needless to say, they were all a little bit petrified, and they didn't know what was going on. They thought they were going to plunge to their doom. Chips ran to the cliff's edge and leaped off, plummeting downwards towards the rocks below. As the rocks got closer and closer, and just before they reached the bottom, they all closed their eyes, expecting to be pancaked, but then nothing. They all opened their eyes, and they were flying through the air. Up, up, and away! Chips could fly, and he did it magnificently while following his nose. He was headed for a small white cloud that looked slightly more fluffy than the rest. Needless to say, that's where they were going. They plunged straight into the cloud and got that feeling you get when you go down too fast in an elevator. After spinning so fast, the swirling stopped, and they waited for their heads to stop spinning and recognize the familiar surroundings of Nannan and Grandad's house. Chips sat his bum onto the floor, and they all slid off and landed in a pile next to Nannan's magical quilt. Cookie, their little Jacksu, was sat staring into space and then turned her attention to Chips. They exchanged glances as if they communicated a secret message. Then Chips turned his head, put his face into the quilt, and vanished. Nannan got her walking stick and used it to move the quilt into the corner of the room so nobody accidentally got sucked in. Then Gordon remembered his mum was here. He remembered seeing her just before he got sucked into the quilt.
Mum?
He shouted. Nothing. No reply, just the sound of the ticking grandmother clock in the opposite corner of the room. And so they all began searching for Mum, splitting off into two teams, Gordon and Grandad, Polly and Nannan. They looked all over the house and found no trace of her. Looking out of the window, Polly noticed her car was right where she had left it. Finally, they all reconvened in the living room and couldn't understand where she had vanished to. Cookie gave her classical whine, as if she wanted something, and they all looked at her. Her head slowly, and may I add, quite menacingly shot towards the quilt, with her eyes fixed on it. Something told them that Cookie knew exactly where Mildred was, and now the family did too. As Nannan and Grandad and Polly contemplated leaping back into the quilt, Gordon took the lead and said,
This time, we need the big guns.
They all turned and looked at each other, shrugging their shoulders, not knowing what on earth Gordon was babbling on about.
We need Weeser and Iam.
Now, just to fill you in, Weeser was their much older sister with an age gap of about 15 years, and Iam was her boyfriend who had known Gordon and Polly since they were a mere thought in Mildred's mind. Just thought you should know. Now, back to the story. Nannan and Grandad decided to sit this one out as they were just plain knackered and needed a rest. Gordon reached over to the mantelpiece for a flip phone which resembled the one off of the Matrix movie and flipped it open and scrolled down to Weeser's name and hit the green phone icon. The phone rang, and 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 rang. Gordon got impatient, then realized his mistake. Weeser never answered, so she tried Iam, and the phone rang a single time, and a familiar voice answered.
Hello?
Iam!
Gordy! Where have you been? Me and Weeser, we went to yours, and there was nobody there. Is that diddly dirt with you?
Iam was referring to Polly, and Gordon replied,
Yeah, she's here. Listen, Iam, you need to get to Nannan's quick. Now, we have like an emergency situation going on, proper code red.
Why, what's up?
Well,
Gordon drew in a huge breath.
When we went to visit Nannan and Grandad, we couldn't find them, so we searched their house, and there wasn't a trace of them. So I went into the living room, and you know the weird quilt Nannan never gets out of the cupboard? Well, it turns out it has a portal into a magical world, and basically we all got dragged in, met a really pretty lady with a dog, a massive dog. But Nannan and Grandad were captured by King Schwebby, so I had to rescue them. I didn't know what else to do, and finally we get back home to find Mum missing, and Cookie was staring at the quilt as if Mum was in there. Oh, I just don't know what to do, so I phoned you and Weeser for your help.
Gordon inhaled quickly and thought, wow, I sounded like Ace Ventura, one of his favourite screen characters.
Okay, God, I'll tell Weeser, and she can drive us through. You know she drives faster than a rocket, so we'll be there in like 5 minutes.
Gordon snapped the phone shut and placed it back on the side.
Right, I'm putting the kettle on and making a brew. Who wants one? Me.
Me.
they all said with as much enthusiasm as they could muster. In tandem, they dragged their weary bodies into the kitchen and sat around the dinner table, waiting patiently for their cups of tea. Now, just to let you know, Nannan was the best tea maker in the world and always remembered just how everyone liked it. The drinks were given out, and in unison they all blew on them and took small little slurps, followed by a huge
Ah.
Just as they were all finishing their cups of tea, they heard the all-too-familiar sound of Wisa and Iam's diesel engine car, which sounded like a tank everywhere it went. The back door opened, and in came Wisa and Iam. Now, just to fill you in, Wisa was a very small little lady with very curvy features, and Iam would often call her Gimli, like the character from the Lord of the Rings series. She reminded God of a warrior, as she had immense strength. You know what they say, big things come in small packages. Now, in comparison to Wisa, Iam was a giant. Well, you know what they say, opposites attract. Iam stepped forward and said, "Come on, Big B." Iam always had a joke with Nan and Brenda, calling her Big B, as if she was a mafia boss or something. "Let's get the kettle on for a brew when you can fill me and Wisa in about what the heck it is that's been going on."
I'll have a tea, Nannan.
Okay, love.
The group gathered around the kitchen table, drinks in hand, and discussed the events that had transpired. Wisa and Iam looked baffled and shocked. I mean, how would you feel being told your mother had passed into a secret magical quilt world? Weird. Anyway, back to the story.
Well, I think Nannan and Grandad should sit this one out and we can go after Mum.
Nannan and Grandad looked at each other and nodded in agreement. They would sit this one out and wait for them all to return. "Before we go, I think you two need to rest. Let's have a sleepover and go in the morning. It's no good being exhausted." The family all agreed and took to the many beds in Nannan and Grandad's house. The moment the sun rose and hit Gordon's closed eyelid, he jumped out of bed and was raring to go. As though in pure synchronization, they all got out of bed and rushed to the kitchen to grab some supplies for the road ahead. Nannan and Grandad greeted them in the kitchen with a full spread of food. There was jam on toast, fruit scones, cereal, toasted porridge, and a big pile of golden yellow scrambled eggs. The troop tucked in and ate as though they hadn't been fed for years. Nannan opened the door and lit a cigarette with a concerned look on her face. Meanwhile, Grandad polished off his third slice of toast and looked optimistic and began to speak. "Seeing as you're going into that weird and wonderful world, I've decided you're going to need a few things that might just help get you out of a sticky, tight spot." He bent to the floor and picked up an old-looking wicker fishing basket.
Grandad, we aren't going fishing.
"I know that, Gordon, but you never know when some of my old fishing equipment might come in handy." He opened the box and pulled out a rather large catapult, one that Gordon had wanted to play with since he was a little... Well, I say little, I mean little. I don't mean to insult Gordon, but... Oh, I'm very sorry, Gordon. Younger... when he was younger, yes. He laid it on the table, then he pulled out his nifty multi-tool.
"Wow,"
said Gordon in amazement. It must have been a very serious situation for Grandad to part with his favourite item in the entire world. Scooping up the items, Nannan put it into one of her hand-woven bags and gave it to Wisa to carry. Nannan and Grandad opened their arms, and the group embraced in a huge group hug, whilst Nannan did her classical trick of shoving chocolate bars into their pockets. She always did this after they would visit her. Wishing them luck, they all went to the living room and advanced towards the quilt.
"Get ready,"
said Gordon as he knew what was coming next. The group held hands and decided that they would go into the quilt at the same time. Polly grabbed the corner first, and immediately they were sucked in and were spinning through a fluffy cloud, spiraling through the air, hurtling towards the ground at breakneck speed. They all tightened their grips and looked like it was their last moment on earth, diving down. Even though Polly and Gordon had been through it once before, they still screamed at the top of their lungs, just like Wisa and Ian were too. They didn't know their lungs were that powerful. Pavarotti would have admired them. Sharply shooting to the ground, they were about to pancake and splat on the floor, and then they stopped, hovering a few inches above the ground, and suddenly, poof, they fell, knocking whatever air was left in their lungs out as they hit the ground. Ian jumped to his feet and helped the others get up. It was quite foggy where they were and difficult to see.
Let's keep holding hands so we don't lose anyone.
Okay.
Okay.
They all agreed. Clenching each other's hands, they began sifting through the thick fog. Then they heard a thudding noise. It sounded as if someone was beating a drum. It was rhythmic and getting louder and closer. The ground began to vibrate slightly as the sound intensified. Then there was a flash, and the group fell to the ground, breaking contact with each other. Gordon, Wisa, and Ian were there, but where was Polly? She was gone. All they could hear was Polly screaming.
Stop!
Then laughing out loud. The group was so perplexed, to say the least. Then Gordon smiled and knew exactly what was going on. He turned towards Wisa and Ian and smiled at them. They both tilted their heads as puppies do when they're trying to understand what you are saying. Gordon knew exactly what to do and said,
Chips, heel.
There was a silence, and for a moment nothing. And then, from the thick mist emerged the biggest bull-mastiff dog that they had ever seen. If you listened to our first season, you'll know that the bull-mastiff was called Chips. Just thought you'd like to know. Chips walked over and gave Gordon a slobbery kiss, leaving his face drenched in loving drool.
My God, this dog is massive. Massive? He's huge and glorious, such a handsome boy.
Chips trundled over to Wisa and gave her a huge kiss too, while Ian scratched his ears. He looked content and plonked his bum on the floor with a huge thud which shook the ground. Polly listened to their voices and stepped back into the group, giving Chips a huge hug.
Hey, I've got an idea. Everyone grab Chips's fur.
They all gently grabbed Chips's fur.
Take us to Ella.
The moment Polly mentioned Ella's name, Chips stood and began walking in the fog. After about 20 minutes, the group reached a small building that looked like a small shop. Chips walked to the backside of the house and scratched the door 3 times and sat waiting patiently. After a few moments, the door swung open, revealing a familiar face. Well, familiar to Gordon and Polly. It was Ella. She greeted them with open arms and beckoned them all to enter as she ascended the stairs. They all entered a cozy cottage-style room and were told to take a seat while Ella stoked the fire. In tandem, the young adventurers sat on a very silky fabric couch and thought they couldn't sink any further into it when Chips ran up the stairs, leaped across the room, and laid on the 4 of them, making them sink a little further. Wisa and Ian were simply mystified by the whole trip so far and couldn't believe their eyes as Ella threw some dust on the fire and said,
Reignite.
Just as she uttered the word, the fire grew intensely and lit the room with a magnificent orange glow. Ella began to squat, and a chair from across the room shot to meet her backside as she sat down cross-legged.
Well, It's nice to see you back, and a warm welcome to your friends. I didn't expect you back so soon."
Gordon cleared his throat and blushed at the same time, but managed to speak.
We think our mum got sucked into the quilt, and so we've come searching for her. Is there any way you could help us again, please?
It would be my pleasure. No problem at all. Now, let's see.
Ella moved over to the old-looking bookcase and parted the books, revealing a hidden compartment at the back. She produced a key from her belt pouch and put it into the keyhole of the secret compartment. Turning the key, the lock made a loud clunk and sprang open, revealing a crystal. Delicately picking up the crystal ball, Ella took it in front of the guests and held it to them. In amazement, the ball levitated and began spinning.
What's your mother's name?
Mildred.
Show me Mildred, the mother of Polly and Gordon.
Clouds started to form inside the spinning ball, then tiny electrical waves were emitted from the glass, which made Ella's hair stand up.
It's searching for her. Give it a moment.
The mist inside the ball began to clear, revealing the all-too-familiar castle of King Schwebbe. They could see a carriage entering the castle gates, which came to an abrupt halt as two guards dismounted and opened the cab at the back of the carriage and pulled out a woman with a black hood over her head.
"Zoomus,"
Ella said. The picture inside the ball got bigger, and they all saw their mother, Mildred, under the hood. She had her hands and her feet in shackles. The guards dragged and pushed her through the large wooden doors at the castle entrance. Then, all of a sudden, the picture disappeared and the mist cleared. After a brief pause, Ella held her hand under the ball and it dropped into her palm, her fingers grasping it firmly.
So we're going to have to go get her just like I had to rescue Nannan and Grandad.
You'll not be able to get her the same way as before, because King Schwabby, he's upgraded his security from before. You see, that means you'll have to find another way in.
Don't worry, we will.
The squished family gave Chips a big scratch, and Ella said,
"Chips, heel."
Chips immediately rose off of the couch and strolled downstairs back to his bed in the land of slumber. After Chips had got off of their laps, the family felt the couch rise a little with the absence of his hulking weight.
"You'll be needing a little help, so—"
Ella gave them a pouch from the side table.
"This is my expanso pouch. In here you'll find a tent, map, magnifying glass, gold, rope, sweetbread and some matches, along with a big candle which, once lit, causes a fog."
That's brilliant, thank you so much. And can we put our supplies in there too?
Ian put the rest of their belongings into the pouch, and it didn't change the bag's size or shape at all.
That's amazing.
No, it's just magic.
The troop went to the door and opened it to take in the fresh air. They all decided to start their adventure, so they waved Ella farewell and set off in search of their militaristic mother Mildred. Ian pulled the map out of the pouch and unfolded it so they could get their bearings and head towards Schwabbe's castle. A little blue arrow flashed up on the map to indicate their exact location. They were still in the fog, but the map would take them in the right direction as they all held hands and didn't want to get separated again. Nightfall drew in quick, and the fog began to melt away, revealing a lush green landscape. Seeing as they could all now see each other, they stopped holding hands by the way. Ian made the decision to set up camp for the night, and so they all looked for a nice, flat piece of earth to set up the tent. Gordon pointed to a waterfall which he had previously seen, and they all wandered over. There was a nice flat piece of earth that they could set up camp, so Ian pulled the tent out of the magical pouch and set it on the ground.
"How do you set this up, Gord?"
The moment Ian finished his sentence, the tent magically erected itself.
"Why can't we get these things at home?"
Looking at the tent, Polly, Ian, and Wisa were perplexed as to how they would all fit inside without being totally squished. Gordon, without hesitation, crawled inside and seemed to vanish, and the others were so puzzled as to where he had gone. One by one they decided to crawl inside the tiny tent too. To their amazement, when they entered the tent, they found Gordon sitting on a full, king-sized bed. Inside the tent was absolutely huge. It had 4 sections: a sofa, a lounge, a kitchen, a bedroom, a wood-burning fire. What? How? Magic. That's how. Oh, yes, thought you'd like to know. It was so warm and cozy, the group decided to make some grub, fill their bellies, and get an early night for the adventure ahead. After stuffing their beautiful little faces, the group collapsed onto the bed. Gordon clambered above everyone else and snuggled in. He clapped his hands, and the lights went out. They all snored quite loudly and very differently, too. For example, Gord snored like this. Polly like this. Ian like this. And Whistle like this. Very loud. After they had a good kip, the morning came and the sun lit up the tent. The light hit the group's eyes, and they all stirred and woke up. Fighting the urge to snooze, they all got up and went into the small kitchen area to rustle up some grub. Ian did a fantastic cooked breakfast. He managed to find and make egg, sausage, hash brown, beans, bacon, mushrooms, and fried bread to top it all off. It might be the last meal they all had together, but I'm not going to be negative about this. You know, they're only venturing into a purely evil kingdom. Sorry, but I really worry about these guys. Anyway, on with the story. Ian plonked a bottle of brown sauce on the table, and the group dug into the food and made some quite monstrous sounds. And all finished with a standard They polished off the breakfast, and pots and pans flew into the sink, washed themselves, and put themselves away in the cupboards. The group smiled at each other and wished the pots at home would do the same, but there's no magic there. Oh, dear. Wisa pulled out the map and placed it on the table. They still had quite a trek until they reached the Swabby Kingdom. They all felt quite rested and raring to go, so exited the tent and scooped it up and placed it back inside the magical pouch. Ian grabbed Polly and threw her onto his shoulders, and the group set off with Gord and Wisa in front with the map. After what seemed like an eternity, the group began to see the castle in the distance and then the town folks' houses. As they approached, there was silence, which was very eerie. They reached the town and went into stealth mode, slowly creeping and keeping close to the walls as to not get detected. Then a weird trumpet sound, which was only too familiar to Gordon, sounded in the distance.
Quick, guys, follow me.
Gord darted into the town with the family in hot pursuit.
Where was it now? I can't remember. I've only been once, so it's a little bit...
Gordon was looking for something, but the group had no clue. They just followed and trusted him with blind faith. Then Gordon ducked into a tavern and the group followed. They were in utter darkness for a few moments, and then a match struck and floated to meet a candle wick and lit the dark room. It was an old-style tavern with large barrels stacked behind the bar. Gordon was the one lighting the candles and ushered the group to take a seat, and he started calling,
Bert? Bert? Oh, where is he?
Taking a seat and catching their breath, the group decided to rest and recuperate. Just as they all got comfortable, the door swung open and slammed shut, not giving them enough time to see who had come in. Then an eerie voice came from the darkness. "Must take you to King Swabby's kingdom, throw you in dungeon." Then there was silence.
I can't keep it up. I'm only kidding, blummy neck. It's great to see the lad, and who's all this lot then?
Excuse me, I think I just let out a tiny poop.
They all broke out into laughter. Bert lit the candles and said,
Does that want a bit of bug juice then?
The standard reply was yuck. Gordon laughed.
No, thanks. We'll have some of the Barnsley brew, please, Bert.
Ah, thou remembered, lad, 'cause I'll let thee have a mug.
Bert twisted the tap right on top of one of the barrels behind the bar, and an orange liquid came out, flowing into the tankards he put underneath. Bert, with skill and precision, slid the drinks along the bar, meeting the hands of each member of the group. In excellent synchronization, they all slurped.
Oh, that's delicious stuff.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh, that's lovely, that. Oh, that hit the spot.
They all felt invigorated, and their stamina was magically recovered.
Now then, I know why they're here, and I'm not going to tell thee that it's not. Thou knows it's not going to be easy, like, but he's upgraded his security on castle, and there's more cameras and scanners to find intruders, and I'm guessing there's come for that woman who they captured near Magic Barrier.
Yeah, we are.
Well, she's in castle, and she's probably been like tortured now, or she's in prison waiting to be interrogated. I don't think they'll get in there, but I guess that's not going to stop, is it? And tell thee what, I've got an idea, lad. I've got an idea. We can disguise y'all, and we'll go on a mission and have a look out there in between time folks, and when trumpet goes off, thou knows.
We need to find another way in.
I know, and I think I've got a bit on an idea, like, lad, but I'm not sure.
Go on, tell us.
Well, he ain't up security right back at castle, and I know it might be dangerous, like, but they could climb down and try and get in a vent, but it's a bit like it's near sea at back, like on cliffs. Here, wear these.
Bert dished out some tattered hooded robes, and they all dressed up. Then he disappeared out of the back and rushed in and threw dirt on them, which was absolutely disgusting, and they were absolutely filthy.
Well, now then, that's better. That looks like town folks now. You look like a right band of scruffs, right band of scrubbers, like all town folk.
Bert pulled similar clothing on and went to the door, beckoning the group to follow him. The group looked out into the town, and Bert said,
Wait for it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Right on cue, now blend in and follow me.
Bert went in front and began walking like a zombie, so the group, they did the same. The doors of the other homes flung open, and the townspeople slowly walked, heading towards the castle. Bert blended in and began veering to the right. They slowly broke away from the gathering crowd and began going around the side of the castle. As they reached the castle walls, their hearts sank as they heard a weird noise. Now, this noise, if you listen to the previous episode, you will know that God and Bert knew exactly what it was, so their faces were sheer dread.
What's happening? We need to run or hide!
They were on open ground, and there was nowhere to go. Ian looked over the side of the cliff down at the water and had an idea.
God, give me that rope.
Gordon reached into the pouch and produced a very strong-looking rope. Ian tied an end to a partially buried tree root and threw it over the cliff, telling Weezer and Polly to simply climb down and hold on for dear life. They went down and held on, and just as the three guys were going to do the same, an orb shot out of the castle to just above their heads and began to project a face which started to speak.
Identify now.
Bert immediately pulled down his hood and the orb scanned his face and flashed up green. Then it turned to Gord and Ian. Bert whispered, "Run." Gord and Ian took the hint and ran in the opposite direction. The orb started to flash red and pursued them swiftly, screaming,
Intruders, guards, guards, guards.
William and Gord ran through the town, dodging the weak townspeople who were trying to grab them. A group of guards began running towards them and were gaining ground fast. Ian and Gord took a wrong turn and it was a dead end with no escape. Ian valiantly pushed Gord behind him and said, "Stay close." Ian rolled up his sleeves as the guards surrounded him. Putting his hands up to protect himself, Ian was ready to fight. His dad, Alphonse, was a champion boxer and had taught Ian quite well. With courage, Ian fought the guards with streams of punches, managing to hold his own against 4 of them, but more guards appeared, and it was only a matter of time before they jumped on top of him and grabbed Gordon, too. Oh, no. Oh, I hate this bit. The guards dragged Ian and Gordon towards the castle as the town folk booed and hissed them, calling them names along the way. They reached the castle as a trumpet sounded in the distance. A huge cracking noise sounded at the drawbridge of the castle, and it was lowered to the ground, and they entered the castle walls. Ian was treated the worst, as the guards who he had beaten up tripped him up and hit him, punching him in the stomach and kicking him in the face or anywhere they could.
Stop it!
Gord shouted, but the guards didn't listen. "It's okay, Gord. They're all cowards. They can't face me one-on-one." Tears streamed down Gordon's face as they were escorted to the dungeon. The guards took their belongings and their clothes. Why have they taken their clothes? They were naked. These people, they are weirdos. They took them inside of the castle and shoved them into a prison cell. They sat there naked and defeated, with arms and legs crossed, in an attempt to retain some form of dignity and to keep warm too. After what seemed like hours, a group of guards came and unlocked the door, grabbing them by the arms and ushering them through the castle. Finally, they reached a room with a sickly green door, and when they entered, they couldn't believe their eyes. There were skeletons hanging from chains from the ceiling. The guards shackled Ian and Gordon to chains and walked over to a timer. It looked a little like a cooking timer. They wound it up and smiled. One of the guards leant close. "Let's see if you can take the heat, boys." Ian and Gordon didn't know what that meant or what to do. What was about to happen? The chains connected to their wrists started to be pulled upwards, and putting 2 and 2 together, they realized that they were going to hang from the ceiling, and not the cool kind of hanging out that you usually do, but the bad kind of I'm going to get tortured hanging out kind of thing. Oh, poor Ian and Gordon. The timer ticked as they began to levitate from the ground and hung naked in a room full of skeletons, so very ominous and downright creepy. The boys hung there naked, watching the egg timer count down. Then, as it reached 0, it pinged, and everything stopped. A strange-looking man entered the room, talking to himself.
I love it when the king gets new prisoners, as I get to be creative with my torture tactics. Torturing prisoners is what I live for. It's why King Shuemi created me in his genetic lab. I love it.
He began to address the boys.
You two look quite tough and have plenty of meat on your bones compared to what they normally send me. The king likes his prisoners to go through a 50-step torture regime before he interrogates them, and this is stage 1. Don't worry, I'll ease you into it. We'll start by letting you hang over 50 candles, so you... I'm so excited for this. So that you start to cook a little bit. Well, at least your feet do. So then, when you get interrogated, there's no running away because we're gonna burn your feet off. I'm going to enjoy this so much.
Ian lifted his head.
And I'm gonna enjoy smashing your face in when I get down from here.
Me too,
said Gordon. The boys were angry, to say the least. Their small threat was met by laughter.
Yes, of course. Let's see if you say that after stage 1.
He began lighting the candles and placed them close to the boys' feet.
Just so close that you can't blow them out. They're special candles anyway. They'll relight if you try to blow them out.
He cranked the timer round to 2 hours and left the room laughing. The door slammed shut and lights went out, with only the candles illuminating the room.
I was freezing, but now I'm getting hot and I can't stand this for 2 hours. How are we going to get out of here, William?
Now, you didn't think I'd forgot about Weezer and Polly, did you? Oh, you did. You were that engrossed with Ian and God. Oh yes, and Bert, of course. No, I've not forgot about them, so I'll start by saying... Meanwhile, on the edge of the cliff, Polly and Weezer dangled, hanging on for dear life. They were getting a bit tired when Bert's face appeared over the top of the cliff edge.
Coast is clear. Come on, I'll pull thee up now.
The girls climbed the rope and Bert hoisted them back onto the land.
Now then, me pickpocketing skills aren't that bad, and I managed to get this off 'em.
Bert produced Ella's magical pouch and gave it to Weezer, and she locked it onto her belt.
Thanks, Bert.
Nah, I've got to go because them guards, they're going to be after me, aren't they? They're going to want to interrogate me or something, and they'll not be long, you know what I mean? So I'm going to have to see you later, cockers, so I've got to get away and go back to me tavern, you know. I've got to come up with an alibi or something. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, love.
But what about the boys?
Oh, I'm a fart. I'll tell thee what I think's going to happen to him. I totally forgot with all commotion and that, like. They'll be in torture chamber by now with about 2 hours to go. I know that, Swabby likes to torture them, like, before he interrogates them, so, and he does it in stages, so I'm mates, like, with one at guard, but he only tells me so much. I think that they're a bit sick, you know, so I'll have to find a way to get 'em out, but I'll have to go. I can't help thee now. I'm going to have to go back to me tavern and that, like.
Bert turned and ran towards the village. Polly and Weezer looked around and searched for a possible entry point. Looking over the edge down the castle wall, Polly noticed a ventilation window, and they both decided that that was their best bet. The rope was still tied to the tree root, so Weezer climbed down and told Polly to watch and wait. When Weezer got to the end of the rope, she began running along the side of the mountain, back and forward, clenching the rope with the might of a god. Eventually, after all her effort of running back and forward, she reached the vent and clung on. Weezer tied the rope to her belt and reached inside the pouch, bringing out the multi-tool Grandad gave to Gordon. She flipped a screwdriver attachment out and unscrewed the screw, to which the vent door swung open and fell off down into the sea.
Polly, I'm going to pull the rope tight so you can get across, okay?
Okay.
Little Polly had such a ferocious spirit for such a young girl and would dare try anything, but this time she was a tad scared. I mean, wouldn't you be a little bit scared if the drop was straight into the sea? Well, yes, of course you would. After taking a deep breath and allowing Weezer to anchor herself in the ventilation shaft, Polly began her climb as she shimmied across the rope. Then they heard the noise that they had heard earlier when the orb had scanned Ian and Gordon.
Polly, quick!
I'm trying.
If it spots us, we're done for.
Little Polly picked up the pace and got to the vent. The orb flew overhead and they had managed to evade detection.
Now then, where do we go?
Bert said they were in a torture room.
How do we find it?
Weezer looked into the magic pouch searching for an idea and noticed the map glowing in the darkness of the vent. Pulling the map out, Weezer noticed that it had changed and showed the entire castle and all its rooms.
We need a map like this at home. It's amazing.
There was a little flashing triangle symbolizing their current location, and Weezer used her finger to trace a path to the torture room. Then suddenly a voice came from nowhere and instructed them.
Go straight forward and take your next right.
Weezer was amazed. It was just like the sat-nav in the car. Marvellous.
In 3 meters, take your next left, and then your destination will be on your right.
True to the word of the voice, there was a vent on the right, and Weezer peered through and gasped as she saw Ian and Gordon dangling naked from the ceiling over multiple candles. Weezer took out the multi-tool that Grandad had gifted Gordon and flipped out a screwdriver attachment so she could undo the vent cover. She then opened the cover and held it upwards so she could peer into the room.
Hey,
she whispered. Gordon Ian's head spun round at lightning speed. It's a wonder they didn't get whiplash. The boys were so happy to see the girls, but still panicked as to how they would get out of this situation.
Ian, it's getting hot in here, and I've really got to pee.
God, that's it!
What?
I've got an idea.
What?
When I say pee, you pee like your life depends on it.
Ian began twisting and throwing his body sidewards and then swung it back and forth until he gained momentum. Then, with an almighty heave, he swung towards Gordon and put his feet together, smashing them into Gordon's buttocks. When Ian's feet smacked his bottom, it made an almighty clap, propelling Gordon through the air, swinging him from one side to the other. Then Ian screamed, "Pee, God, pee!" Having been basically drop-kicked across the room, God didn't need telling. He was already releasing a good flow of urine which doused the candles and left the room in complete darkness.
Well, that should give us a bit more time to formulate an escape plan without being cooked alive.
Weezer rummaged around in the magical pouch and pulled out a box of matches, struck one, and illuminated the room. These matches were so brighter than your ordinary type matches. Well, I mean, they were dealing with magical things from Ella's pouch and all. Well, you know. Anyway, the candles were great. The boys were thrilled to have their feet stop cooking, but they needed to get down and out of this torture chamber before the weird idiot came back and relit the candles. They looked at the timer, which was still counting down, and they had over an hour remaining. Weezer had an idea.
Ian, swing towards us and grab Polly with your feet. Then she can climb down onto the floor and release the lever holding you up and open the chains somehow.
So Ian swung towards the vent with almighty strength and clasped Polly with his feet and lowered her as slowly and as safely as he possibly could to the ground. Polly dropped and landed in a Spider-Man-type position with elegance and grace. She rushed over to the lever and by some grace of luck managed to lower the boys to the floor. The panic wasn't over, though, as they were still shackled up in the chains. Thinking fast, Ian reached to the skeleton next to him and pulled off a small bone and jammed it into the lock on the cuffs. It worked! He felt quite pleased with himself and began undoing Gordon's. The girls took their garments, what Bert had given them, off and passed them to the boys so they could regain some form of modesty and keep a little bit warm. After all this commotion, they remembered the clock and glanced over in horror to find there wasn't much time left.
Polly, Gord, get as close to the wall on either side of that door and wait. Weeser, get back in the vent and get out of the castle. Try and make your way back to Bert's.
Just as Weeser fixed the vent cover back into place, an alarm sounded and a red light began to flash above the door as it whooshed open, just like the wands on Star Trek. Wow, this castle was quite amazing too, but anyway. The oddball torturer, all-round weirdo person, entered laughing, and then, as he got into the room, his eyes widened.
What? Where are they?
Just as he was about to finish his sentence, Ian nodded to Gord, and Gord knew exactly what to do. Gordon shot behind the torturer's back and crouched into a ball whilst evading detection as Ian shot to face the torturer and said,
"Told you I'd smash your face in."
Assuming a power punch stance, Ian punched the torturer square in the face, and the torturer flew back, falling over Gordon and onto the floor.
"Ah!"
said Ian. The torturer met the floor and, to the amazement of the team, shattered into 3 pieces with wires sticking out and electrodes and sparks flying all over the place. Even though the body had been destroyed, the head began to speak, or at least try.
Once my king reassembles me, I will destroy you all.
Just as he was about to say something more, Polly leaped over and smashed the head into oblivion.
We've heard enough from you.
Polly, I'm impressed. You certainly have gone up in my books anyway.
Well done, kid.
Ian gave them a quick fist bump and then peered into the corridor. The trio knew how to act stealthily from the games they played at home. It was all in their hand signals, you see, like the... Oh, you can't see my hands. Well, I'm making massive gesticulations with my hands, all right? Pointing fingers, eyes, fingers to eyes, you know, the waggy finger as if to move... Well, let's just go on with the story, okay? Ian used a zipping motion to symbolize no talking, see? I knew I was just talking about, like, symbols and things. Anyway, then pointed to the corridor wall. They crept along the corridor in single file, approaching a T-junction, and Ian held up his hand to tell the troop to stop. There were signs in front of them. To the left said Guards' Quarter, and to the right said King's Chambers. Peering both ways, Ian decided to go right, straight to the King's Chamber, no messing about. Ian signalled the troop to move out, so they stealthily scurried along the corridor. After sneaking for what seemed like forever, the group leaped into a small alcove at the side and hid as there were 2 guards patrolling a huge wooden door. The guards had large spears in their hands, so would be very dangerous to take on. They looked a little bit bigger and scarier than the other average guards. All of a sudden, the group heard a noise overhead. Psst. Their heads shot up in perfect synchronization, meeting a vent cover above. The familiar voice of Weeser whispered from the vent.
"Are you all okay? I thought I told you to go. You honestly think I'd leave you all high and dry without help? Okay, well, we need to get around these guards, and I don't know how. We need a distraction." "Wait there a second,"
Weeser said. They waited for what seemed like ages, and then, in the direction they came from, backwards, they heard a click and the striking of a match. Weezer leaned out of a vent and held a match to the sprinkler. Classic, Weezer, classic! Which this immediately burst into a stream of water jets showering the corridor. Who would have thought? Oh, so predictable, Weezer. Oh, on with the story. The guards guarding the door shot down the corridor. This was their opportunity. They snuck into the king's chambers and couldn't believe their eyes. Mildred, their mother, was chained to a chair at a huge dining table on her own. The trio scurried over to Mildred, and just as they got there, yes, you've guessed it right, Polly trod on an alarm which triggered a siren. Oh, little Polly, you've probably gone down in Gordon's books now, but anyway, the room filled with guards with huge spears pointing at them. Well, the three threw their hands in the air and surrendered. They couldn't do anything else, could they? The guards shackled them and dragged them to the dungeon. They were thrown in a cell along with their mother, Mildred. She had been the bait all along. Well, the children decided to give their mother a huge hug.
Well, we're in a right mess, aren't we?
Mildred said. Not given much time to speak, the guards came in.
Right, come with us, or else you'll feel the steel of my sword.
The group didn't protest, they just followed. They marched in single file down the corridor as they reached the signs that said guards' quarters and king's quarters they had seen before. Then they were taken left, then right, and then another left and right again. They reached a room with a padded leather door embroidered with gold on the edges. Entering the room, they noticed that all the furniture was made from leather and gold, with pictures of the king on the walls, along with various animal heads of some sort. It was very, very weird and foreign to the group. In the back of the room there was a bed with a huge man laying in it. From seeing the hologram of the king before, they knew it was Schwebe. He was fast asleep. A red dot began to glow on his forehead, and a flying plate shot to his bedside and projected the king's face. Then, all of a sudden, a door opened at the back of the room, and the king's translator stepped in. The projected hologram of the king began to speak.
Great...
The king says, "You have walked into my trap and are now my prisoners. You will be taken to the extraction chamber and will have your memories and knowledge taken out of your brain, and it will merge with me to make my knowledge of the world vast. I will drain the collective knowledge of the planet and eventually break through the magical barrier and take your world by force, bit by bit."
Ian was about to speak when he received a blow from the guards to behind his knees which sent him flying to the floor.
Now, without any further interruption, the king doesn't find you a threat and doesn't even need to wake up and open his eyes to address you. Take them to the extraction chamber for a mind wipe and make them Schwebe subjects.
With that, the guards did as they were told, and the king's hologram disappeared. The group were dragged out in shackles and felt beaten. Marching down the corridor, the guards escorted them to a line of people queued up outside of a door labelled Memory Lab. The queue was being guarded heavily. The people looked extremely scared but relatively normal. All of a sudden, the door opened and a person walked out like a zombie. It looked like they had been broken and had their soul drained out. The next in the queue got pushed inside the room. The gang were close to the door, and it wouldn't be long until Ian was next. After waiting in silence and not knowing what to do, Ian's turn had come and he got pushed into the room. On entering the room, Ian saw a very small man sat on a tall chair next to an empty bed. It looked a little bit like a dentist or surgical medical type thing bed. Weirdly, there were no guards in the room, and just as Ian was about to turn, the little man pushed a button, and a magnetic vibration pulled the shackles on Liam's hands towards the chair. No matter how hard Ian struggled, he just couldn't break free. Then a robotic arm came out of the floor and forced Ian into the chair, holding him by the throat. The little man had a small computer and keyboard next to him to which he typed extremely fast on. He typed away on his keyboard, and then, after a while, he struck a button. I'm guessing it was like an enter button or something, and then his chair hovered over Ian's head. With a face of sheer dread, Ian could do nothing, apart from accept what was to come. The little man reached to the side table and grabbed a small tool, then broke out into a sadistic smile. He was really enjoying himself, quite sick, really. The robotic arm that was clasped around Ian's neck released and started to feel Ian's skull. It was so weird. The hand kept pawing Ian's face and skull. It was looking for the best point to drill a hole. Oh, it just gets worse. Smiling away, the little man pressed a small control stick on his chair and shot over to Ian, hovering only inches from his face. His stick-thin arms reached for something behind him. He produced a small drill.
No, hold still, if you don't mind. I might make a mess. Excuse me, I don't usually get this excited, but it's not every day you get a red blood.
He placed the drill on Ian's head. Then, all of a sudden, the small man got smashed by Whisa's plump rump, her bottom. Oh, yes! Oh, that's not the first time that rump has saved my life. Oh, mine, I mean Ian's. In a desperation move, she had jumped from the vent in the ceiling and used her butt to butt out the little man before he... Did you see what I did there? Before the little man had drilled into Ian's skull. Just before he screamed for the guards, Whisa punched him in the face and knocked him out cold. Ian was slightly squished too, but was thankful that Whisa had saved his life. Whisa clambered off and grabbed the drill, which came in handy for opening Ian's shackles. Thinking fast, they used the chains to shackle the little man to the chair, and Whisa tore a strip off her clothes to tie around the little man's mouth.
That should keep him quiet.
Thinking fast, they pressed a button on the table that said next, and Gordon was pushed in with eyes clenched shut. When he opened them, he was overjoyed to see Whisa and Ian.
Right. Let's wait, then press the button twice more so it looks like nothing's wrong. I'm going to go out looking like a zombie, and we should all do the same, or the guards will get suspicious. So we get Polly and Mildred in here, and then go out, act like zombies, and head for the hills. You guys do the same, but leave a little bit of time between.
They nodded in agreement. Ian exited, walking like a zombie, eyes glazed, treading slowly. Then, after a brief pause, the others followed suit. Walking in line, the newly reformed citizens were ushered into a carriage which was being pulled by two magnificent white horses. The group looked at each other anxiously, as they knew it was only a matter of time until they were found out. The carriage pulled out of the castle, but suddenly an alarm bell sounded, and that was all the time that they had. Ian and Gordon nodded at each other and drop-kicked the cart's door open, which practically sent it flying off the hinges. The group, trying to get their bearings, darted into the city, running as quickly as possible. Gordon took the lead and beckoned the others to follow.
Don't look back, just run!
They sprinted as quick as their legs would carry them. Polly's little legs couldn't keep up, so Ian grabbed her and went as fast as possible. Bert's tavern was in clear view, and the group shot through the door and bumped into Bert.
Oh, blooming neck, you all made it! Oh, well done. Oh, they'll have to be quick and jump in them barrels, 'cause they'll be searching right here, 'cause I was near they before, wasn't I? So that's going to have to hide or summit.
They each crammed themselves into the barrels.
Oh, what's this? Sorry, love, it's that bug juice in barrels from leftover, you know. I've got to pull it somewhere, like, when it goes off, it stinks. But you're just going to have to put fingers on your nose, like, you know, pinch your nose and breathe through your gob, through your mouth.
The smell was really awful, and believe me, I can stink it from here, and it smells like dog it's incredibly rancid, really. I don't know how best to describe it without a swear word. Anyway, no sooner had Bert sealed the barrels, the guards burst into the tavern searching the place for the prisoners.
Hey, up, loves, I'm sorry, but there's nobody in here apart from yours truly, Miss Annie, Bert, like.
One of the guards shoved Bert out of the way.
Hey, oh, there's no need for that now, Cocker. I don't need to be rough. I'm cooperating, like, and I want 'em caught as much as thou does, you know, and they're being a right ruffian with me, and them prisoners, like, they took me hostage and pushed me around a bit, like. I'll not have it, thou knows. I'll not have it.
The guards thoroughly searched and finally came to the barrels. They approached the first barrel and withdrew a massive sword and stuck it into the lid and started prying it off. The moment the lid cracked open, the stench filled the guards' nostrils and forced them back.
We will leave the rest. Nobody can possibly be in there. It's intolerable. If you see the prisoners, report to the guards immediately, Citizen Bert.
Aye, I will do. Thanks, love. And I can check in here any time. Like I said to thee, I want 'em caught as much as you do, like.
With that, the guards turned and exited the building. As soon as the door slammed shut, the gang burst out of the barrels.
Bloomy neck, thou never gets used to that, thou knows. It smells like pig farts.
The gang were knackered. I mean, they were tired, and they turned to Bert, and before they could speak, he was filling tankards of his magical brew. The gang were so thankful they swigged the brew and all gave a sizable Practically instantly, they all regained their composure and were filled with energy, raring to go. Mildred had been very quiet compared to usual and met her eyes with Bert. Her head tilted slightly and she squinted at him. The strange thing is, Bert did the same at the same time to her.
Oh, my goodness, Bert, it is you.
Mildred! Wow, I tell thee what, I've not seen thee for years. How the heck are you, love? I've not seen you. Are you all right? Well, you might not be all right with what you've just been through, like, but you know what I mean. Are they all right, Cocker?
The rest of the group couldn't believe they knew each other.
I'll fill thee in. Me and thee, ma'am, we were best mates when we were kids. Blimey, I can't believe you're here. And these kids, well, I knew they were good uns any ruined.
They aren't too bad, are they?
The kid smiled.
Well, there's no time for a catch-up now, Cocker, but thou knows where I am if thou wants me, like. Mind, you'll probably not be coming back here, like, but I'll have to try and visit thee, winner.
That would be nice, Bert. This is all good and well, but we need to figure out how we're going to get out of here, how we're going to escape the city.
I've already figured that out, love. I've been thinking about it, like, if they were going to come back here.
Oh, what?
Well, they're all going to have to get back in them barrels, and I'll take thee to magic barrier. Old Schwabby, he tells everyone that if they've got any rubbish, to come and get me, like, and out I've got left out of me barrels that's, like, gone off, have to go, take it to magic barrier, thou knows where Ella is, like, and dump it in river that goes through magic barrier to annoy 'em all.
That's awful.
They all nodded in agreement and clambered back into the barrels. Bert loaded the barrels onto a cart, so the group all felt quite shook up from all the rolling and throwing and tossing and turning about. They each felt the cart move slowly and steadily. They could all still hear the alarms going off and a lot of commotion. The noises became faint and drowned into the background. Then the cart stopped. The group couldn't stand the stench any longer and burst from the barrels.
Well, I suppose this is goodbye for now, like, so I hope there's a... Oh, excuse me, love. I hope there's a safe trip home.
They advanced towards Bert and gave him a hug in thanks.
I appreciate gesture and all that, but I don't fancy stinking on that schwabby crap, so I just say, see you later, cocker.
They all chuckled. The group bid Bert a fond farewell and walked through the magical barrier. It was like going from night into day and felt a lot more brighter and positive on the magical side. After Bert disappeared, the group marched on. It took a day and night, but they finally reached Ella's house. With immaculate timing, Ella opened the door and smiled.
I knew you would make it back. Well done. And I see you have your mother safe. Let's get inside the house.
Chips the bull-mastiff dog walked from behind Ella with strings of lovely dangling drool. They looked like shoelaces from his beautiful floppy chops.
You know the drill by now.
Gordon and Polly clambered onto Chips's back and told the others to do the same. They all only just fit onto his back as he started to run. Ella waved them off. Chips gained speed. He really was athletic for such a massive dog. Gordon and Polly knew what was to happen next, but the others didn't have a clue.
Everybody, hold on!
Their stomachs dropped as they reached and leapt off the edge of a cliff and plummeted towards the ground. They all clenched Chips's floppy skin and were shocked when he began to fly up, up, and away! Sorry, I'm getting a little too excited, but I do love this bit. Chips headed for a specific cloud and shot through it, spiraling, flipping, turning and twisting. They all then materialized in Nannan and Grandad's living room. Chips sat and they all rolled off of his back onto the floor. Cookie, their little Jack-Soo dog, sat, staring at them as if she knew that at that specific moment in time they were going to show up. Chips strolled across the room, touched heads with Cookie, and then vanished back into the quilt. Suddenly, Nannan's head appeared round the corner.
Come on, it's time for a cuppa.
They all nodded and picked themselves up and headed to the kitchen.
Ah, home at last.
The family were reunited, and to celebrate, Nannan had made them all cups of Yorkshire tea. Oh, it was delicious. Victory over the king. They all went into the kitchen and sat around the big kitchen table, mugs in hand. Gordon peered over to Grandad and noticed he hadn't got a tea. And then he remembered Grandad didn't like tea. Grandad only drank the finest hot chocolate in the land, and Gordon started to drool.
Oh.
Well, Nannan and Brenda had already picked up on this and shoved a mug under his and Polly's noses. They blew on the scalding hot drinks and couldn't wait to slurp it all up. Delicious. When everyone had finished, they all decided they would stay the night, and so, one by one, they showered and went to bed. As Weezer was getting changed, she noticed she had Ella's magical pouch still. She decided to put it to one side until the morning, then they could decide what to do with it. They were all cream-crackered, a.k.a. knackered, so went to bed early and all began snoring away. It must have taken all of 5 seconds for the tribe to fall asleep. It would have been peaceful if they weren't all such loud, snory beasts. With all the snoring going on, nobody even noticed Ella's magical pouch began to vibrate, and then out of its opening a light appeared and out shot an orb. When it exited the pouch, it grew in size and hovered over all the sleeping family. A single laser shot from a tiny small hole on the front of the orb and began scanning its surroundings. It scanned the entire room and shot off into the hallway. It was searching for something or someone, who knows? In its quest, it darted into all of the other rooms and then descended the staircase and into the living room. Coming to an abrupt halt, the orb spotted what it was looking for. The magical quilt lay on the ground in the corner of the room. It scanned the quilt and shot a laser onto one of the corners, which immediately burst into flames. Then it sprayed a mist onto the flame as to keep it under control. Meanwhile, upstairs, Cookie the little Jacksu jumped onto Gordon's face, which woke him up. He was quite annoyed as he was doing his favourite thing in the entire world. Sleeping, of course. Now, he knew Cookie would never normally do this, so he thought she either needs to go out for a wee, or to do, the number 2 business, or there was something wrong. Sliding out of bed slowly, Gordon wearily crept along the corridor and down the stairs. When he reached the bottom, he couldn't believe his eyes. He saw the orb but had managed to evade its detection, and so he decided he would go back upstairs to wake up the others. He turned and grabbed the handrails and pulled himself stealthily up the stairs back to where everyone was sleeping. Gordon shook each family member one by one and put his finger to his lips so they knew to keep quiet. They all nodded in agreement and went into ninja stealth mode. They all knew Nannan and Grandad's house so well that they knew where to tread so the floor didn't creak. The group slowly descended the stairs. I bet you're wondering what the heck is going on, Well, let's just look at things from a little bit of a different perspective, or, I'll just put a lid on it and just tell you anyway. My favourite line. Meanwhile, in the magical part of the island inside of the quilt, Ella could see smoke in the distance coming from King Schwebe's castle. So she decided she would go and investigate as far as the magical barrier and see if she could see what was happening. Ella whistled Chips, her humongous bull-mastiff dog, and climbed onto his back. Chips was an extremely fit fellow and darted off in the direction of the fire towards the magical barrier. It didn't take them long until they reached the divide between the magic and the darkness of King Schwebe's world. As the barrier bridge came into view, Ella could hardly believe her eyes. There were hordes of people screaming and shouting for help. It was all of the king's subjects. Ella could see the great fire behind them and couldn't let them all die. So she took a stone from her pocket and whispered, "Dissolve us." The small stone emanated a blue glow, and as it brightened, she threw it into the magical barrier, and the moment it touched the magical wall, the force field, it disappeared, and all the villagers rushed onto the magical side. They were darting in so many different directions and heading towards Ella's place. Ella, seeing the fire growing by the second, instructed Chips to turn and run. They were all dashing for their lives. It was a sea of people rushing for sanctuary from the fire. Chips nudged them out of the way and ran for the house. Ella and Chips managed to break into a sizable lead, but she didn't know what to do. She didn't have the power to stop the raging fire. In a move of pure desperation, she decided the only way to save the people would be to put them all in a magical pouch. By the way, she didn't just have one magical pouch, she had many. And travel into the human realm, aka Gordon's home. She leapt off of Chips's back, and he ran like a sheepdog, herding sheep round the villagers and ushering them towards Ella and the magical pouch. The entire village fit inside, and without a second thought, Ella mounted Chips and instructed him to go find Gordon. Not having a moment to spare as the fire grew, Chips headed for the edge of the cliff and jumped off, soaring downwards before flying upwards to the cloud and through the portal that bridged the gap between their worlds. Now then, back to Gordy and the gang. Where were we? Yes, the family were sneaking downstairs to inspect the strange goings-on of this mysterious orb. As the tribe reached the bottom step, the quilt had nearly been turned into ash. Just before the orb incinerated the last edge, it stopped and put the fire out. No sooner had it stopped, Ella and Chips materialized in Nannan and Grandad's living room. Ella locked eyes on the orb and said,
Chips, destroy.
With the elegance of an elephant balancing on a bowling ball, Chips leapt through the air and crunched the orb into pieces. It lay on the ground, destroyed like Lego cubes. Polly rushed over to Ella and hugged her tight.
What happened?
I don't know. All I know is there was a great fire and I had to rescue the people, and the only way was to come here. I have all the villagers in the pouch.
She gestured to the pouch on her belt.
What about Schwebby?
And Bert.
Oh, I did see Bert rush in, but I couldn't see Schwebby anywhere. He must have been left behind. Let's go outside and let the people out of the pouch, and we'll have to figure something out. They may have to stay here.
They all went outside, and Ella opened the pouch, and out marched the villagers. There were a few hundred of them.
Hey up now, I'm home, blow me neck. I never thought I'd be back here. Now then, me cockers, how are they all doing, loves?
We're all good, Bert, and it's great to see you too.
We're sorry about the quilt.
Nay worry, love. Well, we're here now, and it's no bother, and I'm sure you'll all think of something that you can do, you know. Suddenly the villagers stopped and huddled round in a circle as if they were hiding something.
What's wrong?
There was an awkward silence. You could have cut the atmosphere with a knife, and the villagers' eyes were fixed open, which was just plain weird. Then from the middle of the circle a disc hovered with two villagers standing on it. The small platform hovered above everyone with the two mysterious figures standing in tattered robes, their faces covered. After what seemed like an eternity, the two figures threw the robes into the sea of villagers. You guessed it. It was King Schwebby and his sidekick, the annoying interpreter guy. King Schwebby pulled what looked like a television remote from his back pocket and smiled at Gordon and the family. He relished in pressing a big red button on the remote, and instantly the villagers turned their gaze to Gordon and the family and started to chant,
Kill, kill, kill.
King Schwebby simply smiled as he pushed another button, and the platform he was standing on turned and shot off into the sky at a tremendous speed. The crowd's chant got louder and louder. They were going to wake the whole street at this point. Such inconsideration. Ian, Weezer, Nannan, Grandad, and Mildred assumed a fighting stance and grabbed what they could to defend themselves. Then, all of a sudden, a window in the attic of Nannan and Grandad's house opened and a voice bellowed out.
Who's making all that noise?
It was Danny. Remember, I mentioned him in episode 1. If not, feel free to go back and listen from the beginning.
Danny, help!
Danny's head poked out of the top window and his face was a picture. He was so puzzled as to what the heck was going on. Rolling his eyes, he clambered out of the window and shimmied down a metal drainpipe with an elegance as he had mastered this entrance or exit many times before. While he was descending the drainpipe, the Schwebby subjects were advancing towards the family like zombies. To add insult to injury, there were Schwebby guards mixed in with the weak villagers, so the odds weren't in Gordon and the family's favour. As they all readied for battle, Danny jumped from the pipe and landed by their side. Now, just to let you know, Danny was a powerlifter and tattoo artist with some pretty cool tattoos. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit sidetracked. The family pushed Gordon and Polly inside the house and began the battle. Danny and Ian put their backs together and started wading into the zombie-esque villagers with flurries of punches and a few kicks as well. Grandad rolled up his sleeves, revealing some rather muscular, veiny arms. He threw punches in an old-school type way, up, down, and all around. Nannan and Mildred were both wiry and quick like a couple of skilled ninjas. The group were getting overwhelmed fast and didn't know how long they could keep it up. Meanwhile, inside the house, Gordon and frantic Polly were scared and scrambling around, not knowing what to do or where to turn. Then Gordon stopped, and it looked as if he had a light bulb moment.
I've got an idea, Polly. Grab Grandad's fishing tackle box and follow me upstairs.
They both went to the top window and opened the fishing tackle box, revealing a fishing catapult. Gordon had always wanted to use it, but Grandad hadn't given him permission, but desperate times called for desperate measures. Also in the tackle box there were little lead weights and a fresh box of live maggots. Gordon stood in the window and started to provide a little aerial assault to try and help the family. Back on the ground, the family were getting tired. It was fatiguing fighting an army of mindless drones. Ella decided to join the fight too, which would even out the power struggle. The aim was to knock them all out and tie them up. After 40 minutes battling, the zombies were in a huge heap and there were a handful left. From above, Gordon had cracked open the maggots and started to fire them into the faces of the remaining drones. It was just enough to give Danny and Ian the edge as they synchronized a double punch and knocked out the last two. With heaving and heavy breaths, the troop paused to recover.
I'll get kettle on, loves. I'm going to be sore in the morning.
And with that, Nannan and Grandad went into the house.
We better tie this lot up and put them somewhere.
Danny, Ella, Mildred and Ian towed the townspeople into different locations, some in the garage, others in the house, the garden, the shed. Any free space was now occupied with Schwebby subjects. The trio, with the addition of Chips, went into the kitchen, meeting Nannan, Grandad, Mildred, Gordon, and Polly, of course, and all sat around the table ready to make a plan of action. Cups of tea were given and offered, and a few hot chocolates, courtesy of Grandad, of course. They all sat in silence at first, trying to recover their stamina and their breath. They all felt a tad beaten and bruised, but after a quick cuppa and a selection from Nannan's secret chocolate box, they brightened up.
What are we going to do?
Now then, Gordon, don't worry, we'll figure something out. Then, at that very moment, Cookie, the little Jackson dog, leaped onto the table and then onto the kitchen countertop and strolled over to a small TV Nannan and Grandad had in the kitchen. Nannan liked to watch the cooking programs whilst cooking. Thought you'd like to know? Anyway, Cookie plonked her little bottom on the side next to the television and made her classical noise to tell the family something was wrong. With a room full of puzzled faces, Cookie sighed and placed her paw onto the remote control at the side of the TV and pushed the button. Now, just to let you know, Nannan and Grandad's TV was quite old, and it was made in a very archaic time, so it made weird and funny noises when it turned on, but they liked it anyway. They liked to get every penny out of every purchase they bought. Buzzing to life, the screen lit up and an image began to form. It was a breaking news alert.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. This is a special bulletin. Alien contact has been made from an advanced civilization, and the Prime Minister is in talks with the extraterrestrial visitors as we speak. As you can see behind me, there are a whole fleet of ships with technology that dwarfs our own.
The camera panned up behind the news reporter, and true to his word, there were many ships in the sky, and they all looked quite sinister.
We will continue the special news broadcast and update you with any developments.
What? How has Schwebby got all them ships? That's impossible.
Ella stood up and began to speak.
It's not impossible, but things aren't as they seem.
What do you mean?
The ships aren't really there.
What?
They are holographic, being projected into the sky by Schwebby's orbs that reside in the centre of them.
So it's like a bluff, then?
Yes and no.
What do you mean?
Well, the orbs are pretty nasty and could do some damage if Schwebby needed them to. They can shoot lasers and energy beams, but I don't know why he's doing this.
Well, we need to tell someone.
I'm not sure if that would be a wise idea, as Schwebby could destroy London with those orbs, and before the people of Earth could form a counterattack. If Schwebby knows we are anywhere near, he might go crazy and destroy everything. He's gone all this way to just get here, so he's nothing to lose.
We need a plan.
Certainly.
The group began to think, which wasn't a pretty sight, as they all looked like they were trying to have a poo on the toilet. I know it's TMI, but it's hilarious as much as it is disturbing. Nobody spoke for a whole 10 minutes, which was very strange, as they were all usually big chatterboxes, but the current situation left them all feeling quite deflated, to say the least. You could tell the little hamster wheels in their brains were going 1,000 miles per hour, trying to come up with a solution to Schwebby. Then Bert burst through the door, and as often Bert does, he broke the silence.
Now then, me old loves, why you're all down in dumps? You rescued your family from that tyrant, so why can't you rescue the world from him, eh? Come on now, that best folk I know here, I say. Let's have a nip on me brew.
Bert produced a small flask from his pocket.
Has tha got some shot glasses, Nannan?
Nannan went over to the cupboard and brought out small shot glasses and put one in front of everyone as Bert filled them with his magical brew. They all took a shot of Bert's magical brew, and the energy revived their minds and filled them with stamina.
We have to get to London and stop him.
Just as Gordon was about to finish, the news reporter began speaking with an update.
This just in, the world leaders have been contacted and are to fly by private jets to London to meet with the leader of the extraterrestrials, who I have been told to call King Schwebby. All other forms of transportation into the capital have been suspended until further notice. This is Ken Lemons reporting from BCBCDB News.
At that moment, Cookie pressed the power button for the TV and switched it off.
We need a plan of action.
But how are we going to get to London?
Well, excuse me, but we have a flying dog.
Oh, yeah, we have Chips. He could get us there.
So it's settled then. We can ride Chips to London, but what then? How are we going to get anywhere near Downing Street? They all went quiet again.
Let's just figure that out on the way. There's only enough room for 5 of us to go.
Well, you'll need me, Ian, Weeser and Polly. She's good for getting into small spaces.
Gordon begrudged having to take Polly, but she did come in handy in certain situations.
So it's settled then.
And with that they all clambered onto Chips's back as he strolled up the driveway and began running until he took off into the sky. It was quite a warm day, so flying through the sky was like riding in a convertible car with the top down. It was going to be a few hours' ride, so they had better get comfortable. It was surprisingly a smooth ride, and the group didn't have to hold on tight. Chips was a seasoned pro at flying and a master chauffeur. Ian pulled his phone out of his pocket.
I'm going to check the news, see if there's any update.
Ian pushed the volume button as high as it would go.
Here we are at Downing Street to give you the latest update on the current situation. We have been given word that the leader, King Schwebby, will address the world with a statement shortly.
The camera then panned up, showing the ships again, and all of a sudden it cut to a podium outside of Downing Street. The door behind the podium opened, and out came the Prime Minister and President of America. Wow! Accompanied by King Schwebby and his translator. The President of America stepped forward and began to speak. Dear citizens of the world, today I address you in hopes for peace and unity. We certainly have lived in challenging times of late, and to take things to the next level, we have an alien race gracing the planet in search of peace, fairness, and good. King Schwebby has agreed to work with us to make the Earth a healthier, prosperous planet. We have discussed many things in a short time and decided that it would be in our best interests as a species to allow the king to take command of the planet. Now, I know that may come across as scary, but King Schwebby intends to advance our civilization through multiple channels such as space exploration, man merging with machine, and person-centered healthcare. At that moment, the crowd booed and chanted, "No!" King Schwebby's face was a picture. It was pure rage. He was as red as a tomato, or a tomato, depending on where you come from. The king stepped forward and battered the president out of the way. He began to speak. Then the translator stepped in to translate.
As your new ruler, I will not tolerate insubordination. You will do as I command, or your fate shall be a living hell, and you will burn. To demonstrate this, you will all witness a small segment of my power.
Schwebby raised his arm and pushed a button on the controller he held in his hand. Out of one of the ships in the sky came a laser which beamed into Big Ben, the clock tower, and destroyed it with no effort at all. There were gasps from the crowd. Nobody could believe what was happening. The translator continued.
Now you have witnessed a glimpse of my power. You must bow or be destroyed.
The crowd dispersed, and Downing Street was silent. The Prime Minister Torres Bonson stepped forward along with the President of the USA.
I do agree that we surrender all power to the great King Schwebby, and I hope we can work together to make your vision come true, great lord, yes.
I agree totally. We can work together to make the planet a much more sustainable, advanced civilization. Our armies shall go forth and conquer in your name, great King Schwebby. Ian clicked the phone off.
That's enough of that. I actually can't believe they're going to lay down and let themselves just roll over for this tyrant king. What has the world come to, a clown planet or what?
We can't let them take our freedom away. My great-granddad fought in the war to stop a tyrant robbing us of our freedom, and now we have to do the same for the sake of everyone and everything.
These people are total psychopaths who haven't a care in the world and don't value anything. Why are they doing it? I just don't understand. Exactly. And that's why we have to be careful, because they would sink the whole earth just to prove themselves right.
After all the debate and commotion from the news broadcast, time had flown and they were nearing London. They could see the smoke from Big Ben coming into view and decided to go on foot from here on out. Chips landed. They all dismounted, shook themselves off and got their bearings.
Chips, you stay here.
Chips turned off into a nearby park, sniffing trees and looking for a place to pee. The gang took stock of their resources and began formulating a plan.
I have an idea that just might work.
Go on.
Well, I can shrink us all down and we can go through the sewers and use the pipework to get inside. My magical map will lead us to the private Prime Minister's bathroom.
What a great idea, but how are we going to navigate and swim all that way?
It's impossible. We'll drown.
The group gave a big Then Polly said,
I've got a plan. We could buy a model boat from that model shop right behind Weether.
They all turned their heads, and sure enough, there was a model ship shop right behind Weezer. Nodding their heads in agreement, they all turned and decided to go into the store to have a look for a seaworthy vessel. Browsing the shelves, there were hundreds of models of boats, planes, trains, automobiles, you name it. There was a model for almost everything. Gordon went over to the shopkeeper and asked for some much-needed advice.
Excuse me, we're in need of a very tough boat that is quite fast, is durable, and can you point us in the right direction, please, sir?
Why, sure I can, lad. You follow me and I'll show you me wares.
The thin man scurried with childlike energy to the shelves of model boats.
Here we have a catamaran, a dinghy, a sailboat, a fishing vessel, a sloop, a tugboat, a yacht, a schooner, a gutter, a bass boat, a ketch, a pontoon, a fishing trawler, a motorboat, a yawl, canoe, barge. We have whatever you want, lad. Have a look.
Well, we need something that can travel fast, like a racing boat.
Well, why didn't you say, here you are, lad?
The man beckoned Gordon over by frantically waving his hand. He pressed a button on the countertop and down came a beautiful speedboat. It had red and yellow racing stripes down the centre.
Now then, this one is one of my own design. It's called the Warrior 3000, only one of its kind, but it comes with a fine price, I'll tell ye. $6,000.
The group began frantically rummaging around their pockets and came up with absolutely nothing. Apart from a little bit of pocket lint, Polly found a little bit of lint in her belly button, and if they had wallets, they would have opened the wallets and butterflies would have flown out because they were that skint. There were frowns all around until they heard a coin. A golden coin be flicked from Ella's hand, which landed on the countertop with a thud. The little man was very familiar with the sound of the metal and rushed to the counter and reached into a small cabinet below, producing chemicals to test the gold to make sure it was real.
Now then, I don't often do this, but this'll make a great trade, and I'll fuel the boat for you, so it's ready to go.
He was more than happy with the gold and gave the boat to the group. I mean, wouldn't you be happy if somebody flicked a gold coin at you? Oh, I know I would be. Once they had completed the transaction, they exited the shop and began to look for a sewer or some entry point. And, of course, curious little Polly pointed to a small grate cover.
This would be a perfect place to start.
The group gathered around Ella as she produced a small pouch out of her expanso pouch. A pouch out of a pouch. So silly. She then opened the drain and placed the small boat onto the edge and told everyone to get in once they were all downsized. Ella opened the pouch that she had got out of the pouch and reached into the pouch to produce a little bit of dust, to which she threw into the air and said,
Minimus.
The very moment the powder touched their skin, they all shrank in size. They were miniatures. Oh, miniature Gordy, miniature wee, so William, Ella, and Polly. They all look so adorable. Anyway, from miniature perspective, the boat looked huge. They all clambered aboard.
Right, everyone run to the front of the boat and then to the back again. We've got to rock this off of here.
So they all frantically ran from the back of the boat to the front again, but it wouldn't budge. After 10 minutes of running like absolute lunatics, they stopped to catch their breath. What they didn't know is that Chips had sensed they needed help, so he strolled over in his lazy-daisy way and plonked his bum on the pavement. Well, that was all they needed. The vibration from plonking himself down shook the ground, and the ship tilted and began its descent into the sewer. The group hung on for dear life, and the boat plunged down into the sewers below. Yuck! To say it stank down here was an understatement. There was poo everywhere. Big poo, small poo, pebble dash, all kinds of poo. Gordon switched the remote control on the boat, and it lit up like a Christmas tree, illuminating their path and all the poo as well. And then he pushed a little stick forward, and they were away. The boat cut through the politically correct, through the poo like a hot knife through butter. Considering they were riding a remote-control model boat, it was quite sturdy, steady and away, and it cut through the sewage like a dream. Ella reached into the pouch and produced the magical map which gave them the route to number 10 Downing Street.
Take your next right. Avoid the poo on the left.
The sat-nav-style voice directed them as they went.
Your destination will be 50 meters on your right.
True to the word, there was a pipe on the right in the distance. Gordon held off the throttle on the remote, and the boat glided with ease towards the destination, stopping mere inches away from the pipe.
Skills.
I think they parked a little too close to the pipe, as a big dollop nearly missed them and the boat. Ugh, disgusting. Someone was obviously using the throne, the toilet above, possibly the Prime Minister. The group decided to wait while there was no more plops and the coast was clear. Ella uttered a spell.
Bulbous.
Around each member of the group, a bubble formed a type of force field protecting them from the offending poo and sewage. Without hesitation, Ella dove into the sewage and swam up the pipe. Shrugging their shoulders, the family followed suit and did the same. The bubble protection suits were amazing. They could breathe and see where they were going through all of that poo. Yuck, I hate it. They all swam up the soil pipe and eventually ended up in the toilet bowl of the Prime Minister. Ella uttered the word
Maximus,
and the group exploded out of the toilet bowl, becoming full-sized again. The magic bubbles surrounding them popped, spraying poo all over the walls of the elegant toilet, but at least the group were clean. Ian looked at his watch. It was 12 midnight, so things were quiet, which was to their advantage, so they initiated stealth mode. Ella opened the map to see where they were. It had taken them to the Prime Minister's ensuite toilet, which joined on to his bedroom. Gordon peered through the keyhole into the bedroom and could see Schwebby in the bed fast asleep with the translator in a chair at the side of him keeping guard.
We need a plan.
We need a distraction to get the remote for the orb, them projector things, but what?
At that precise moment, William got what he had asked for. They heard a horn beeping constantly and thought, how weird. Gordon was still looking through the keyhole and noticed the translator shot up and to the window. Schwebby rose also and slowly joined him. A blinding light flooded the bedroom and the horn noise became louder and louder. Both Schwebby and the translator rushed out of the room to presumably investigate the light and the noise. Gordon and the group decided to go into the bedroom and take a look outside. They couldn't believe their eyes, and neither could I. A huge bus was hurtling towards the building, and just before it got to the gate, it smashed into the wall, and out came Grandad. What? How? Well, William certainly did get what he wished for. This was quite a good distraction. And all the Schwebby townfolks piled out of the bus as well. They marched towards the building and began chanting in Schwebby speak. Secret Service members swarmed the place, but luckily Grandad had vanished and had got out of the way. Schwebby appeared with the translator and pushed a button on his remote to which one of the holographic spacecrafts hovered over the townfolk. They all dropped to their knees, pleading with Schwebby to stop and have mercy. Schwebby signalled to the Secret Service men who captured the subjects and marched them off. Gordon and the gang saw Schwebby turn and enter the building again.
Quick, guys, hide.
Gordon and Polly went under the bed and Ella shot back into the bathroom. Weezer and William hid in the wardrobe. Schwebby and the translator, along with the president, entered the bedroom and began to speak. Probably, yes, I agree, but don't worry, King. All is okay now, and you can rest easy knowing my Secret Service are here to protect you. And with that, the president turned on his heels and exited the room, shutting the door softly behind him. Schwebby clambered back into the bed and the translator into the chair. After the commotion had settled, Ian took a chance and slowly opened the cupboard, peering into the room. Polly and Gordon looked like two mice waiting to run from out of under the bed, but they waited for instructions. Ian gave a hand signal, you know, like in the other part of the story. I'm doing it right now, but you can't see me. Look. I'm waving my hands frantically, and pointed at the translator, and then pointed at Gord, and made a grabbing motion with his hands. Gordon nodded, and Ian, with lightning-like speed and stealth of a cat, shot over to the translator, grabbing him and covering his mouth. Obviously, the translator struggled, but Ian's grip was firm. Nodding to Gord to give the go-ahead, Gord snuck out from under the bed and peered onto the bedside table where the remote was and picked it up. They all then crept back into the bathroom, rejoining Ella.
Right, we have the remote now. Now what?
Well, first things first.
Ian hit the translator over the head, knocking him out cold. They gathered around the toilet and decided they would all make a fast escape. Ella waved her hand and they were all surrounded by the protective bubble again. She then said,
Minimus.
They all shrank and took a dive down the toilet and returned to the boat. Not taking a moment, Gord picked up the controller and sped them away. While they were cruising through the poo again, they decided to smash the remote to bits and throw it overboard. After this was done, Ella checked the map and headed to the park where Chips was. Deciding to leave the boat in the sewer, they waved the now poo-coloured model boat goodbye and clambered for the great cover above. It was one heck of a climb, them being so small and all, but eventually they made it to the surface. Fresh air at last. Ella waved her hands and said,
Maximus.
They all grew quickly to normal size, and the protective bubble popped, showering poo everywhere. Ella put her fingers into her mouth and made a screeching whistle. After a few seconds they felt the ground tremble. And sure enough, it was Chips who was doing a slow-motion Baywatch-type run. You should have seen him, his floppy chops flopping everywhere and drool showering the place. Oh, I do love that boy. Chips gave them slobbery kisses, and the group decided they better get going, so they mounted the magnificent boy and were on their way back to Nannan and Grandad's. The ride back was quiet as the sun began rising, making a picturesque landscape, suiting for a perfect ending, eh? You didn't really think that was it, did you? Nope. Afraid not, old chaps. King Schwebby had one last trick up his sleeve. Back at Downing Street, King Schwebby was furious. He was so mad they had taken his remote and began to ramble to the translator, who had a very large lump on his head.
I give my most humble apologies to your highness, but I do have a solution. We put a backup system in place in case of an event like this and added a voice activation function to your orbs, oh great King Schwebby.
King Schwebby smiled a sadistic smile and walked to the stairs which led to the rooftops. He began to speak his vile dribble. All of a sudden, the ships being projected by the orbs flew towards the king. He was ready and waiting and knew what was to happen next. The orbs turned off the projection of the spacecrafts and began merging into one giant orb. It looked similar to the Death Star from Star Wars. Flying to the rooftops, the now huge spherical orb opened a hole in the side and a bridge shot out to which the king crossed along with his translator henchman. The bridge then withdrew back into the orb and shut tight. It shot off into the sky at lightning-like speed. My favourite word of the series. Meanwhile, back on Chips's back, the gang were quite beat and couldn't wait to get home to get to bed. They were all cream-crackered. The sun had gone down and the night drew in as they finally reached Nannan and Grandad's. The house was barely visible as Chips flew lower, preparing to land. They knew Nannan stood on the front step as they could see the all-too-familiar bright embers emanating from her cigarette as she puffed anxiously, waiting for them to return. The moment they landed, Nannan scurried over and opened her arms for a huge group hug.
Come on in, loves. I'll make you all one of Grandad's hot chocolates.
They dragged their weary heads through the door and slumped into the kitchen chairs, as they were feeling very accomplished but very tired. Nannan quickly distributed hot chocolates all around the table, which were met by smiling faces and the standard... that's delicious.
Now then, I've been a little bit of a busy bee waiting for you while you were all gone. What on earth is Nannan going on about? Ugh.
They could only imagine and waited the surprising news. Nannan smiled and disappeared into the living room, leaving the group puzzled for a moment. She shot back into the kitchen and the group were quite surprised, to say the least. Nannan held a huge quilt in her hands.
Wow, you've been busy.
She threw the quilt over the kitchen table, and it was a good job that the group had quite quick reflexes as they pulled in their hot chocolate before disaster. The quilt settled on the table and looked magnificent. It was so bright and colourful, quite a funky design, but that wasn't the best part. As their eyes scanned every inch of the quilt, they were quickly drawn to the right top corner. Nannan had used the remaining burnt quilt and added on to it, making a new complete quilt.
I thought that all those people would need a new home when they come back, so I didn't really want them staying here with me and Grandad and Bert.
Oh, thank you so much.
Ella was overjoyed, to say the least.
Nannan, you never cease to amaze me.
Smiles all around, they drank the rest of their hot chocolates, being careful not to spill anything on the quilt.
Grandad should be back later with your mum. She went to get him, just in case you were wondering. She hasn't been captured by a psychopath.
Nannan had a hilariously infectious laugh. The table, through the infection and pure tiredness, burst into manic laughter. Oh, it was fantastic, a suiting end to our tale. Or is it? Gordon, Wisa, William, Polly, and Nannan stood saying their final goodbyes to the wonderful Ella.
Thank you so much for all your help. I will return to the magical quilt world that is my home within the quilt and start to rebuild it for all the people. When it is ready, I'll return and search for all the missing townspeople and take them back if they want to go.
Gordon stepped forward and looked a little red in the face. He really liked Ella and didn't want her to leave, but he understood.
Thanks for everything, Ella.
Group hug. Come on, guys, bring it in. The gang smushed themselves together, embracing Ella with a firm bear hug. After all the air in their lungs was squished out, they let go. Chips, the humongous bull-mastiff dog, gave his classical kisses and covered them all with loving, slimy drool. They all needed a shower now. Such a lovely boy. As they thought peace was restored, Ella had to go, and without further ado, it was time for Ella to leave. Ella put one hand on Chips and the other on the quilt, which sucked them both in. Nannan grabbed her stick and used it to put the quilt into the corner of the room.
Come on, I'll make a brew.
The family withdrew to the kitchen for a drink before they all went home. Nannan dished out cups of tea and hot chocolates, of course. After they had finished their tea and hot chocolates, they were chatting away when Mildred and Grandad walked in from their own mini-adventure.
Right, you two. To the car. We're off home now.
They didn't protest at all and went to Mildred's mini-car, which was parked outside. Mildred got into the car and they waved goodbye to Nannan, Grandad, Wisa, and Ian. They were all pooped and could barely open their eyes. Pumping the gas pedal, Mildred's little car rocketed down the country lanes. Thank goodness for the seat belts, as they would have all flown all over the place like rag dolls. Apart from little Cookie, of course, she sat in the stairwell staring into space or another dimension as usual, and she didn't really move to say the car was rocking to and fro, but anyway. Gordon and Polly, despite the bumpy ride, were dropping off to sleep. Finally, they pulled up at their little home on the hill and dragged their weary little heads out of the car and to their beds. Now let me just add a little comment. Have you ever been that tired that when your head touched the pillow you melted in and fell asleep, your mouth dropping open and the formation of corner mouth drool beginning to form? Well, I'm sure you have, and this is how tired they all were, and instantly fell into a deep, drooly, melted sleep. They slept for about 14 hours before beginning to stir. Polly was the first to awaken, her eyes jolting open. Her little legs were quite sore from all the adventuring, so she steadily threw back the quilt and decided to go to check on Gordon. She had finally learned not to surprise him now, so stealthily crept along the corridor to his room. Peeking in, her eyes widened. His bed, it was made. It looked as if it hadn't even been slept in, and with militaristic precision. How weird. Polly shrugged her shoulders and went on towards her mother Mildred's room. Upon opening the door, Polly saw her militaristic mother Mildred sitting at her dressing table facing the mirror. She was wearing a scarf around her neck and didn't move for a moment. Polly thought this was weird, as she would hear a pin drop a mile away and usually fire a command at her. She shrugged her shoulders again and thought it was because she was tired. Turning sharply, she shot downstairs to rustle up some grub. Seeing as Gordon had devoured the remaining cereal, she found some bread to make jam apple on toast. Yes, you heard me correct. Jam apple on toast, and they have to be green apples. Make sure they're green if you make them. The acidic content in the green apples goes perfect with the jam. Just thought you'd like to know. Anyway, as the toaster popped up, it was as if by magic that Cookie appeared, raising her little paw to ask Polly for a piece. So, as a treat, Polly popped in another slice, and Cookie sat there waiting, with little strings of drool dangling down from her face. Devouring the jam and apple on toast brought a pleasant feeling to Polly's stomach, and she smiled. The toaster suddenly popped up again, so Polly began to butter the toast for Cookie, as Cookie absolutely would do anything for butter. Then she decided she would continue her search for Gordon. She looked in all the usual and some unusual places in her search, but alas, she couldn't find Gordon anywhere at all. How very weird. The house was oddly quiet. Even the birds outside weren't singing their usual tune. Then, out of the silence, there came the familiar sound of feet coming down the stairs. It must have been Gordon, Polly thought, so she rushed to the bottom of the stairs. Nope, not Gordon. It was Mildred, who didn't pay much attention to Polly and went into the kitchen, sat down on a stool and stared out of the window. She was being just plain weird. Polly slowly walked into the kitchen, quite perplexed, and just as she was about to speak, Mildred's head sharply turned to Polly and began to cut her off.
Time for your chores.
Just as Polly was about to protest and ask about Gordon, Mildred spoke again and cut her off again. How annoying.
Toilets want cleaning, carpets hoovering, and clothes need washing.
With a huge sigh, she dragged her weary body and confused head to the cupboard to get the cleaning supplies. As she began to scrub the downstairs toilet, Cookie waltzed over to Polly, plonked her bottom down, and made her classical "look at me, there is something wrong" noise. Cookie only ever did this when there was something seriously wrong. Polly scratched her head and began to think what on earth could be the problem now. She decided to not make a fuss and get on with her chores while she figured things out. Polly got the hoover out and began to hoover the kitchen, and noticed Mildred had not moved an inch, which was just quite strange. It's weird. I know I keep saying it, but it keeps popping into my head. It's just plain weird. She was sat wearing that weird-looking, again, the word weird, sat wearing that really funky odd-looking scarf, that's better, around her neck, staring out of the window with a glazed expression on her face. Polly hoovered every inch of the kitchen, trying to act as normal as possible, but she knew something was wrong. Just remember, Cookie always made her weird noise, which definitely meant danger was afoot. Oh dear. After hoovering the kitchen, little Polly took off the hoover bag, which was full of dirt and dog hairs and various other bits of muck. She took it to the bin and shoved it in the best she could, but the bin bag was full, and so Polly tied a knot in the top and was about to change it when Mildred's head shot around and gave her a weird, again, the word weird, gave her a weird, very weird gaze.
Leave it.
Polly was quite puzzled as to why she didn't have to take the rubbish outside, as it was her job to do the recycling.
Why, Mum? I always take out the rubbish.
Mildred didn't speak for a moment, and there was an awkward silence.
Because I told you not to. Now go to your room and stay there.
Mum, I want to play outside. It's nice.
Mildred's head turned to the window, and true to Polly's word, it was a sun-shining, happy day. Mildred crossed over to the countertop and flicked a switch on the wall. Quite odd behaviour, as she couldn't seem to hold a conversation, and her voice sounded a little strange.
It's going to rain, Polly. You have to stay inside.
But it's sunshine.
Before she could finish her sentence, the weather outside changed. It was as though someone had flicked a switch, like the switch that Mildred had just flicked. Yes, the windows were now pelted with rain, and with that, Polly didn't know what to say.
To your room now.
Mum, can't I play down here?
No, you have to go to your room. I'll bring you up something to eat in a moment.
Polly, with an air of defiance, turned and went to her room. Cookie followed her and jumped onto the windowsill, watching the rainfall outside. Polly sat on her bed in a huff and sighed. She was really puzzled as to where Gordon was and why Mildred was being extra militaristic and just plain... You thought I was going to say it, didn't you? You thought I was going to say she was just being plain weird. Well, I am. She was being plain weird. Mildred knocked on her door and brought in cookies and milk, plunked them on the windowsill, and exited sharply without saying anything at all. Little Polly's eyes shot to the cookies and milk. They were her favourite, and she loved chocolate chips. This was strange, because she wouldn't be allowed cookies until after lunch, not before, never, no. Reaching for the cookies, Polly couldn't wait to sink her teeth into the sweet treats and chug the full-fat milk down in one. But Cookie, not the cookies on the plate, the little dog, made her weird, alerting noise and placed her paw on the cookies and growled. Now, just to let you know, Cookie very rarely growled, so there must have been something very, very wrong. Polly decided to leave the sweet treats, which took all the willpower that she had. Her and Cookie took to laying on the bed. She pondered what was going on and why wasn't she allowed to go outside. At that precise moment, a little mouse scurried across the window ledge and began tucking into the cookies. Polly was about to get up to see if she could capture the little rogue when it flopped onto its side. Polly peered over and could see the mouse was still breathing, so it must have fallen to sleep. Polly's heart was beating very fast, as she couldn't believe her mum had laced the food with some sort of sleeping tablet. Why did she need Polly to stay in her room, and why did she want her to go to sleep? Where was Gordon? What was Cookie whining about? Oh, so many unanswered questions. Oh! She needed to make a plan, and fast. She stared out of the window and watched the little squirrels scurrying across the tree branches. And then one squirrel gained tremendous speed and was about to leap onto another tree, and it vanished. Polly sat to attention and rubbed her eyes in disbelief. Surely that didn't just happen, and she must have just blinked or something. So Polly focused on everything outside of the window and looked at anything that was out of place. 5 minutes went by and nothing had changed at all, but she had noticed one thing. All the animals were repeating some weird pattern, and they were doing it flawlessly, as though they had been rehearsing a play with laser-like precision. It was like watching your favorite film over and 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 over again, or listening to me say the word weird, you know, and you memorize every little gesture and facial expression. You could literally dictate the film, or dictate that I was going to say that this was just plain weird. Anyway, it wasn't natural, and confirmed to Polly that there was definitely something amiss. Thinking fast, she decided to try and fool Mildred to see how she would respond. Polly took a cookie off of the plate and broke it into two, shoving one half under the bed and placing the other half on the pillow next to her. She then pretended to sleep, and after about 10 minutes her door creaked open and Mildred entered the room inspecting sleeping Polly and turned like a guard and was about to exit the room when Cookie sprang into action and grabbed one of the trailing ends of the scarf, pulling it off of Mildred's neck. Polly slightly opened one of her eyes and could see Cookie pulling at the scarf. It was a real struggle between Cookie and Mildred, but little Cookie did all she could, throwing her head back and forth, ragging the scarf, revealing Mildred's neck. As Mildred heaved the scarf back into her possession, Polly noticed a flashing red dot on the back of her neck. Mildred had now regained the scarf and covered her neck up again. Polly decided to play dumb and stirred a little bit as if waking up, and noticed Mildred exited the room swiftly. Polly and Cookie sat next to each other with a puzzled look on their faces. What on earth was going on? What did Mildred have on her neck? Will Polly get out of this mess and figure out what the heck is going on? Oh, well, let's see if Polly can locate our little bro and figure out what on earth is happening. Episode 7. Passing it over to Polly. So let's see if I can fill you in. Last time our little Polly was in a tight spot trying to figure out why her militaristic mother Mildred was acting so weird. And yes, that's the key word again. Weird, and had a flash of red light on the back of her neck. Yes, this is where we were. Little Cookie had dragged the scarf off of Mildred's neck, and there was a little flashing light on the back of her neck. So let's get back to our adventure and see if we can find out what the heck is going on. Sitting on her bed thinking, Polly gave the same look she always gave when she was having a poo. TMI, yes, I know, but it's hilarious. And Cookie stared into space. 10 minutes went by as little Polly racked her brains so hard as to what would she do. Then a light bulb appeared above Polly's head. She had a plan. Jumping to her feet, she rushed downstairs and decided she would stage a fall in front of Mildred and cry. This would surely get Mildred's attention to comfort her, as it always worked when she wanted to get Gordon into trouble. Okay. Polly sprinted downstairs with Cookie in hot pursuit. They looked like they were playing a game so it wouldn't look so suspicious, and then they rounded the kitchen door. Polly took a fake trip and landed on the floor wailing with real tears pouring down her cheeks. She was a seasoned pro and would put many actors to shame. Just thought you'd like to know. Her militaristic mother, Mildred, raised her head slowly and, yes, weirdly, grabbing Polly's little arm with an eagle-claw grip and picked her up.
Back to your room, young lady.
As Polly was swooped up into Mildred's arms and carried, she pulled the scarf from Mildred's neck and spotted something stuck in the back of her neck and yanked it out, and Mildred stopped, collapsed to the ground, and poof! Polly was squished under her immense weight. She was never this heavy. Polly was super squished under her, but managed to squirm her little self free and... she was out. The moment that she had freed herself, she stood up and examined what she had pulled from Mildred's neck, which she still had clasped in her little hand. Upon inspection, the offending object looked like a little bug, a bigger version of a little beetle. Weird. Yes, I love using that word, weird. Polly stared at it and turned it around, to which she noticed a plug. You know, the plug... how could I describe it? You've got it on a toaster, on a television, you know, the three-pronged thing, or in America I think it's a two-pronged thing. I don't know, you know what I mean. You plug it into a wall. It was plugged into her neck like a plug. Let's carry on with the story. Anyway, Polly then looked at the body of Mildred and touched her hand. Ooh, it was freezing cold, and she didn't move. So Polly pushed Mildred over onto her front, and it did take some effort. She was quite heavy, and then she gasped when she looked at her face. That wasn't Mildred, it was a robot. Polly could see the wires sticking out of her cheeks and nose. She was glad that it wasn't her mother and knew something was suspicious. Throwing the neck device across the room, Polly decided she needed to get out of this house. Cookie then darted across the room to Polly's side, and the pose they struck looked like a Hollywood film poster. Quite epic. The pair needed to work together to investigate the strange goings-on and to find a way out of this weird house, and, oh yes, to find the gang and our Gordy. Polly walked up to the front door and reached for the handle, expecting it to move and simply open as it usually did, but it was as stiff and immovable as the sword in the stone. You could have done a set of pull-ups off of it and it wouldn't have budged. Well, she wasn't getting out that way. What would she try next? And so Polly and Cookie in tow scrambled around the house like a complete pair of nutters and searched for an exit. After about 10 minutes of trying windows and doors, she slumped onto the floor, cross-legged, with her hand under her chin supporting her head. She was trying to think. The little hamster wheel in her brain was working overtime, trying to come up with a plan. You could nearly see the steam coming out of her ears. Oh, it was an awful sight. Of course, in great times of stress, you could always rely on good old Cookie to offer a suggestion. So the little pooch jumped up from the floor and onto a chair and then the countertop and scurried along onto the top of the fridge. She then proceeded to make her now classical look at me and think noise, which drew Polly's attention and focus, and she had nothing. She couldn't understand what Cookie was doing. Cookie would have to give a bigger hint than that. The little dog, in pure frustration, gave a little noise at Polly. Then she ran to the back of the top of the fridge and wedged herself between the fridge and the wall and began to push with everything she had. She was trying to topple the fridge, bless her, all by her little self. Oh, I do love that little Cookie, bless her little soul. Finally taking the hint, Polly leapt into action and took to the same path as Cookie. So she jumped onto the chair, onto the countertop, and then onto the fridge. And then, with their combined might, they pushed. It creaked, and after much effort, it began to topple over. They just needed someone to say, "Timber!" The fridge fell into the window, shattering glass all over the place, and acted like a bridge so they could exit the house. Then something weird, yes, weird, happened. The house Polly thought was her home began to change. See, I told you it was weird. All the inside of the house glitched, like how a video goes weird on you, It's a very annoying thing because you can't watch the video, you see. When it cuts out and anyway, all the surroundings around little Polly did the same. They all glitched. It was very strange. See, I didn't say weird, but it was very weird as well. Everything familiar changed, and then the lights went off. The only light then came from the opening in the window they had just created to escape. A siren sounded suddenly, twice, and a very strange voice said,
"Holographic environment projection failure. Backup light generator will begin in 5, 4, 3, 2,
and just as it said,
1.
The lights lit up the room, revealing an unfamiliar environment. The objects, walls, floors, doors, basically everything looked like computer chips and circuitry. She had been imprisoned in a holographic box. Taking a moment to take it all in, she decided she would get out while the getting out was good and ran up the fridge bridge to escape. The gruesome twosome Cookie and Polly were now on their own little adventure, the adventures of Polly. Oh, I do miss my Gordie. Oh! Polly and Cookie leapt out of their digital prison and landed onto the greenest grass you have ever seen. Polly surveyed the land around and could see multiple digital prisons all around, and without a second thought decided to investigate. Approaching one of the other cubes, Polly peered into the other windows and could see Mildred again, and with that scarf around her neck. Must have been a robot, Polly thought. Then she smiled when Gordon walked into the room. Oh, my goodness, it's Gordie. I'm so excited. I'm nearly crying. Oh, I'm so excited I can't even tell you. Polly bashed on the window with all her might and realized it was a huge mistake. She then heard the familiar sound of a siren and remembered the orb from King Shwebi's kingdom, so didn't think twice and ran for the hills. No, really, she ran for a hill and sprinted with Cookie in hot pursuit. Oh, it gets worse. The pair dove for cover in a small bush at the top of the hill and watched as the orbs scanned the cubes one by one, and a green light flashed at the side, and it flew to the next, and then the next, and then the next, until it reached the one Polly had escaped from, and then all hell broke loose. The orb looked like a flashing red disco ball and began blurting out, "Prisoner 91, escape!" Polly didn't want to stick around to find out what would happen next, so she darted down the other side of the hill and into a forest at the bottom. She needed to put some distance between herself and the orb, so she ran as fast as she could, as fast as her little legs would carry her, with Cookie in pursuit. Oh dear, the poor little dynamic duo, what would happen? Oh. Reaching a river, she stopped to catch her breath. Panting away, the pair of them didn't even notice a little old man sitting by the side of the river fishing. "Now then, young lady, why are you in such a hurry?" Polly nearly jumped out of her skin, as her nervous system was already on high alert. She was in fight-or-flight mode for sure. She inhaled deeply.
I'm being chased by...
She didn't want to sound like a complete and utter lunatic, so tried to choose her words wisely. The old man held up his hand and said, "Don't worry, love, it's okay. I'm not here to judge. Just be careful near the river. It's very deep, you know, and quite muddy. I've fallen in more than once."
Okay, thank you, and
Just as she was about to finish her sentence, she heard the orb warning noise.
oh no.
Prisoner 91, search.
The old man sprang up from his seat, which was a fishing basket, and he opened the lid, telling Polly to get inside. He didn't have to ask twice, and so Polly dove in, contorting herself the best she could, and Cookie nuzzled in too. Moving quick, the old man shut it and lit up a pipe and settled back to his fishing. The orb frantically flew over, scanning as much as it could, including the old man, and shot off across the lake and out of view. When the orb looked like a pinhead in the distance, the old man stood up and opened the fishing basket lid. Polly was delighted to get out and just breathe, and she sighed with relief. Oh. Cookie leapt out too and did the downward dog yoga pose as Polly stretched her arms and legs as well. Turning to the old man, Polly gave a thanking smile.
Thank you for helping me.
Wow, I've never seen anything like that before. That was a bit crazy. Are you okay, dear?
I'm fine, thank you. I know you've already helped me, but can I borrow your phone, please, to call my family?
Of course you can, dear. Hold on. The old man felt his multiple pockets on his body warmer and searched for his phone. His face conveyed pure puzzlement. Then Cookie, of course, waddled over to his fishing basket and sat next to it, making her classical noise.
It must be in the side pocket of my fishing basket.
Sure enough, the phone was there, where Cookie indicated she really was an amazing little creature. The old man plucked the phone out of the side pocket on his fishing basket and gave it to Polly. Dialing various numbers that she could remember, she tried Nannan, Grandad, Mildred, Gordon, Weeser, Wiam, to no success at all. Nobody answered. I mean, Iam usually answered all the time. You only had to ring once. I know Weeser wouldn't, but anyway, oh dear, nobody answered their phones. It was so frustrating. Her little heart sank as she didn't know anyone else's number. The old man could see she was quite distressed and tried to comfort her.
Now then, it's okay, lass.
I don't know what to do.
Polly was on the brink of tears as she hadn't been this alone before. There was always someone there to help her, but this time she had to stand on her own 2 feet and be brave. Her brain flashed back suddenly to something Iam told her when she was upset before.
Polly, let me tell you this. You have the power to decide your own destiny. You're the boss of your own little life. Always remember to use that little brain you have and you can figure out anything. There's always a solution, and what do we do when something doesn't work,
Try something else?
That's it. So you do listen, don't you?
Her brain then hurtled back to the present moment and kicked into gear as her tears crept back and she looked at the old man.
I need to get to the town. Which way, please?
It's that way, love. Follow the lake round and then you'll find the main road and follow the signs from there, dear.
Bidding the man farewell, Polly and Cookie began their adventure towards the town. They followed the main road, and suddenly a light bulb appeared at the top of Polly's head as her mind hurtled back for another flashback.
Now then, diddly derp. We're going to walk to my dad's house, Alphonse's, okay? I'm going to see if you can remember the way from the last time. I'm going to walk, and I'm not going to say anything, and you're going to do all the directions, and no matter how much you beg me, I'm not going to tell you a single thing about which way to go, so if we end up in Australia, it's your own fault, mate.
Okay.
Polly's mind then shot back to the present moment again, and it began remembering the way to Iam's dad's house, Alphonse. Squinting her eyes and thinking very hard, Polly threw her memory back, trying to remember the shops, trees, and other random landmarks that were along the way. The duo were doing so well as Polly directed them with great accuracy. I'm quite proud of her, if I say so myself. She remembered there was a shop on the corner of Alphonse's street, and as they turned a final right corner, the shop appeared. Blinking and rubbing her eyes a few times to make sure it wasn't a mirage, Polly smiled and walked to the final street to Alphonse's house. Excellent work, my little Polly! Yay! Polly and Cookie wearily walked up to the big metal gates, and just before they got to the gate, a golden retriever bounced all the way towards them to give a welcoming bark to their familiar faces. So weary Polly and Cookie had reached Alphonse's house and stood outside the large metal gates. After Lucy, the golden retriever, barking her brains out at Polly and Cookie, the door of the house opened and 2 more dogs, border collies, ran out, rushing to the gates. Then a hulking man stepped into the doorway of the house. The light from inside the house was eclipsed by the fittest 75-year-old specimen you had ever seen. Now, Alphonse, if you remember, we mentioned him in one of the other episodes. He's Iam's father and a championship boxer who had trained all his life. He had the plumpest muscles, and his arms were so veiny you could have made a map out of them. People often thought he was about 20 to 30 years younger than he really was. Now I can say this from personal experience. He loves to tell everyone his age and watch their jaws drop to the ground in disbelief. Alphonse jogged to the gate with the energy of a 20-year-old when he saw Polly and Cookie. He opened the creaky, rusty gates for Polly and Cookie and welcomed them in. Of course, the first thing he did was to scoop little Cookie up in his left arm and Polly in his right. He loved giving them a bear hug, but often forgot his own strength as he squeezed the air out of their lungs.
Come on now, then let's have a smoothie.
Without letting little Polly even speak a single word, he took them inside and threw them onto the couch and went to the kitchen, whipping up a super-duper shake for the weary, wandering adventurers. Polly thought she would sit and have a break. As she was about to relax into the seat, the dogs gathered around and jumped onto the couch, and, as expected, they wanted cuddles, ear scratches, and to give kisses. Alphonse walked in and gave Polly a super shake. Not actually shook her, but he gave her the healthy protein drink, the shake thing. You know what I mean. Oh. Gulping down the tasty, healthy protein shake treat, Polly felt a little recovered, and just as she began to relax, she saw the Schwebby orb flash across the window and so dove behind the couch. Alphonse was quite puzzled at Polly's behaviour.
What's up, love?
The orb flashed across the window again, and this time Alphonse noticed it, and his eyebrows crinkled up and stood on end. It was kind of like his special ability, you know, like Spidey sense. Anyway,
what's that blooming thing?
It's after me, and I think it's captured all the family and your Iam as well.
Alphonse didn't mess about. He crossed over the living room with an air of confidence and reached a wall that had a framed pair of boxing gloves hanging up in a cabinet, and he opened it and took out the gloves. He calmly placed the gloves onto his hands and walked to the door.
No, it will hurt you.
Alphonse simply smiled at little Polly and pulled the laces on the gloves tight with his teeth. He opened the door and hid behind it, and the orb shot into the house at lightning-like speed, but Alphonse was a highly attuned athlete and leapt out, jabbed it twice, which seemed to disrupt its flight pattern, and then followed it by a right hook, which sent the orb flying through a wall. Alphonse simply smiled and walked over to little Polly.
Come on then now, lass. Come on, it's all right to come out and tell me what's going on. It's crazy, all this.
They went over to the couch, and Polly sat down, and just as Alphonse was about to take off the gloves and sit down himself, the orb flew back through the wall, hurtling at Alphonse. He was always ready for sneak attacks, and bobbed and weaved his head to one side, dodging the orb and uppercutting it into the ceiling. It was lodged in and flashing red, trying to free itself. Then it stopped, and a beam of light projected out of it, and Schwebby was there in holographic form. His demonic eyes peered over at Polly, and just as he was about to speak, Alphonse jumped, grabbed the orb, and gave it the final blow by smashing it against the wall. The fight was over. Alphonse had won. After the battle had concluded, Alphonse got a dustpan and brush and began to clean up the orb and put it in the bin. The group went to the living room and sat down as Polly filled Alphonse in about their magical and mystical and wonderful adventures with Nannan's quilt. Alphonse couldn't believe what he had just heard and didn't speak for quite a while. So Alphonse did the same thing as what little Polly had done with the fisherman's phone. He picked up his mobile and tried to ring his son Ian, and then Weezer, and... Nothing at all. Nobody answered their phone. Polly watched in great anticipation, praying that one of the guys would answer, but they didn't. There was another silence of despair. They both didn't know what to say. They were utterly perplexed. They didn't even know where to start. Alphonse shot to his feet and took a power stance.
Well, we won't get anything done sitting around here, will we, eh? We have to go and inspect that prison place where you came from. You can take us there, can't you? Okay. Can you remember the way, kid?
Alphonse crossed over to a closet door and opened it and grabbed a necklace off of a hook on the back of the door. Polly wondered what on earth was a necklace going to do. Then she realized what it was for. The necklace had a silent dog whistle attached to the end of it, and to which Alphonse put to his lips and whistled. Silently, of course. The golden retriever didn't move an inch, but the two border collies sprang into action and went to either side of Alphonse.
Let's go and investigate, then.
What a duo, little Polly and the fittest 75-year-old you have ever seen, and two border collies and Cookie. Oh, what a team. Now it was all on little Polly's shoulders to retrace her steps so they could find the prison cubes. All she had to do was to follow her all too familiar steps from before and recognize the landmarks and just basically retrace her steps. Pretty simple, really. Or was it? Yes, it actually was. On with the story. The sun shone bright through the clouds, and Alphonse pulled a pair of sunglasses out of his pocket and gave them to Polly. He was a gentle giant after all, and always did what he could when he could to lift the life of others around him. Polly simply smiled, and I must say she did look like one cool dude. Polly took the lead with little Cookie by her side, and Alphonse followed. She retraced her steps with the utmost accuracy. Finally, they reached the lake where Polly had run into the old fisherman. Looking over to the other side of the lake, the group spotted something thrashing about in the water. Darting over to investigate, the gang saw the fisherman in the water trying to get free. Alphonse placed the silent dog whistle to his lips and blew on it. It gave a short silence. Yes, it's a silent whistle after all, and the two border collies sprang into action. Retrieve! They shot into the water and swam to the fisherman, who grabbed their collars, and they dragged him to the bank of the lake. The old man was absolutely drenched and scrambled out and smiled, nodding in thanks at Alphonse. Polly and the gang knew they were on the right path and turned to continue their journey. And so they trekked on, and finally the weird prison cube things started to come into view. Now then, let's not get too close. We don't want to be spotted. Let's hide in these bushes and have a think. They both sat, resting and thinking. It wasn't a pretty sight. It looked like they both needed to break wind and fart. Anyway, a light bulb appeared above Alphonse's head. He had an idea. Right, we need a distraction, and I've got a great idea. We need to draw those flying things away so we can get close and have a look at them cubes. Alphonse blew the silent dog whistle again, and it made the silent noise again that we can't hear, but the two border collies did. And he said, "Go!" The two glorious pups shot off through the centre of the cubes and drew the attention of the orb, which shot off after them. Right, love, let's see if we can't rescue the gang. Come on. Polly, Cookie, and Alphonse shot to the cubes and looked through the windows of each. And they... Yes, I can't believe what I'm reading. They saw Gordon! Oh, yes, Gordon's alive! I wish I had Brian Blessed to say that, but Gordon's alive! Oh, yes, and we Sir William and Mildred as well. Anyway, they wasted no time. The pair began banging on the window, and it didn't budge, but Gordon's head inside did. His sight shot to the window. I bet you can't tell that I'm a little bit excited that our Gordy the Gods to the Godmeister is there. Oh, he's nearly back. Yes, rescue time. Calm, breathe, and back to the story. From inside, Gordon shot to the window and began inspecting it, and then he tried to open it, but there was no success. It was nailed shut. Then, all of a sudden, from behind him, the robot Mildred grabbed him and dragged him away. Oh, no, we've got to get Gordon. Come on, guys, you can do it. Then Alphonse's eyebrows crinkled as he heard a dog bark, and he realized their time was up. The collies were on their way back. Come on, love, we're out of time. Run for cover. So the pair ran for cover as the collies reappeared, but the orb wasn't there. Hiding in the bushes again, the group caught their breath. Right, I'm gonna call our Jedi and her husband, Willington Piccolo. Now, just to fill you in, Jedi was Alphonse's daughter, which means she was Iam's sister, and her husband was her husband. Yes, that's pretty self-explanatory, really. Anyway, the phone rang, and as Jedi answered, Alphonse smiled. "Hello, love!" "Hey up, love, are you all right? Anyway, listen, I need a favour. Can you and Willington bring a pickaxe or a crowbar or summit so we can break into something? We're near that lake just off of the town, you know, near Gordon's house. You know the one which I mean, don't you, love?"
Yes, Dad.
With that, the phone hung up. Just as Alphonse placed the phone into his pocket, the orb appeared above them. It had tracked the signal on Alphonse's phone and located the gang. Hovering above their heads, the orb projected the king's translator.
You have walked into our trap and must now surrender or be vaporized to a crisp. It's simple, there's nothing more to it. You will be escorted to a cube to be studied, and then for your knowledge to be absorbed, to be given to the king.
Alphonse slowly took the silent dog whistle off of his neck and raised his arms into the air as if to surrender and dropped it, to which Polly picked it up, and then Alphonse whispered,
"Run, love."
Little Polly didn't need to think. She shot off, heading back for the lake. The orb changed red, but needed to choose who to take, so it chose Alphonse and flew, hitting him in the stomach. Now your average human would have probably been winded and sent to their knees, but Alphonse maintained a slab of solid muscle over his stomach and the orb bounced off. He needed to give little Polly time to escape, so he played along, and the orb hit him again, so he pretended to be winded and went to his knees, faking pain. Ow! That really hurt. Oh. Meanwhile, little Polly was running fast, with the 3 dogs behind her. She was starting to slow down now, and one of the collies had sensed this, so while running, the collie lowered her head and scooped little Polly up into the air and placed her on her back. This gave them a temporary boost in speed until they reached the lake and decided to take a break. A little rhyme. Just as they got there, Polly dismounted the collie and the dogs went for a drink, as they were pretty fatigued, but given 15 minutes they would be up and raring to go again. Polly slumped next to a tree, welling up with tears in her eyes. She didn't know where to turn or what to do. Then she heard a noise and shot to her feet to run in anticipation of the orb coming back. But instead, a familiar car pulled up at the side of the lake. It was Jedi and her husband, Willington Piccolo. Jedi got out of the passenger side of the car because she liked to be chauffeured around by Willington. Oh, Jedi. Hello, love. Are you okay, love?
No, I'm not. I need help.
No, Lou. Jedi had a funny way of communicating. She tried to keep things light-hearted all the time and loved to laugh. Then Willington got out of the car and went to the boot, taking out multiple tools that Alphonse said to bring. The pair waltzed over to little Polly and the pups.
Where is Dad, Louv?
He's been captured. It's no good me telling you everything, and there's no time.
Calm down, Louv. Willington opened his mouth and was about to speak through his bushy beard when Jedi put a finger up and he went silent. Now then, Louv, take us to where Dad is, Louv, and give me his whistle, okay, Louv? Polly nodded and wiped the tears from her eyes. The troop walked to the perimeter of where the prison cubes were and couldn't believe what their eyes were witnessing. It was Alphonse. He was jogging around the cubes with the orb in hot pursuit. Lasers were shooting out at him, but he was too quick and dodged them. Oh, Alphonse, what a guy. He ran around each of the cubes and was making the orb look quite stupid. Jedi put her hands over her mouth and couldn't believe what she was seeing. She was chuckling at her father, Alphonse. Through her laughter, Alphonse jumped onto one of the cubes and stood facing the orb. Wow, what a guy. The orb proceeded to shoot at Alphonse, and he dodged it with millimeters to spare. Now, I say millimeters, I mean if Alphonse had any hair, he would have probably had it singed off, so it's a good job he was bold. Anyway, Jedi turned to Willington and held out her hand. Scalpel, Louv? Willington smiled through his big bushy beard and handed Jedi a pickaxe as he held a sledgehammer in the other hand. Something's gonna go down. They passed little Polly a small hatchet, just in case. Hello, Lou! Jedi shouted at Alphonse, which immediately caught the attention of the orb, and so it flew over in Jedi and Willington's direction. Without a moment to lose, Jedi told Polly to stand still as she and Willington hid behind 2 trees, leaving little Polly exposed in the middle. The orb shot to Polly and started flashing red.
Prisoner 91 located.
Just as it was finishing its sentence, Jedi and Willington gave their weapons a huge swing, crashing it into the face of the orb. They practically atomized it. They had used little Polly as the bait and managed to take out the orb. Fantastic work, you guys. I'm impressed.
Well, that's the end of that, Louv.
The gang walked over to meet Alphonse.
Hey up, my loves. Now then, we can break these guys out of these cube things.
They took to Gordon's cube first and began hacking away with all their might at the digital prisons. They made a hole, and the robot Mildred's head shot out. There was no time wasted. Willington chopped it clean off without hesitation. Well done, Willington Piccolo. Then Gordon was free at last, my Gordy. He's free, our little dude. Oh, huzzah, huzzah, Gordon is free.
I'm only excited a tiny little bit, can't you tell?
Oh, Gordy! Ah, yes, now I can say welcome back to the magical and mystical.
And wonderful.
Yes, and wonderful adventures of Gordon! Oh, sorry, I need to breathe. A little bit of meditation. Calm, and proceed with the story. Without another word, they moved on to the next cube, and the next, until they had their family free. Ha ha! Sorry, I will calm down a little. So, doing a head count, they had freed Iam, Wisa, Mildred, and our little Gordy, but there was one cube left. Approaching with curiosity, the group peered in through the window and couldn't believe their eyes. There were 6 robots with beaming red eyes stood, not moving an inch. How very, insert favourite word, weird. They were all blocking something which was behind them, as if they were guarding it. Oh, the situation gets stranger by the minute. What on earth will happen next? The gang looked at each other and they all nodded in agreement. Jed and Willington took to cracking the cube open, and the moment the hammer and pickaxe made contact with the cube, the robot started over with frightening lightning-like speed. The robot smashed through the cube and stood across from our tribe of adventurers who were ready to fight. Mildred scooped up little Polly and walked away from the battleground. The others stood and faced the crazy-eyed robots. Nobody moved for a moment. There was an eerie silence, as if the robots were waiting for them to move. Gordon put a foot forward, and the robot across from him did the exact same thing. Ian moved, and the robot opposite him mirrored his movement. It was quite freaky that they were able to predict their movements with minimal delay. Fighting them would require a strategic plan, well thought out, and would probably take some time to figure out.
Guys, we need a plan.
As Gordon was about to finish his sentence, Alphonse dashed forward and began wading into the bots. He outmaneuvered them and gave flurries of punches, up, down, uppercuts, right, cross, left, jab, 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 and some more jab, 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 jabs, while still bobbing and weaving his head. The others looked at each other and nodded. Alphonse had taken the robots by surprise and given the group the opportunity to wade in and smash the heck out of the robot foes. It really was a royal rumble as bits of machine went everywhere. The group were doing well, and they were on to the last bot, which began retreating. They had it on the run, but couldn't let it escape, so they darted after it. It was heading in the direction of Polly and Mildred. They looked startled, and it was getting closer and closer when Polly raised the small hatchet Jedi had given her. She was totally shocked at what happened next. And I am a little bit, to be honest. Mildred grabbed the hatchet and threw it towards the bot, and it smashed it in its face, and the robot fell onto the ground. All gasping for breath, the tribe decided to go and inspect the cube to see what the sentinel robots were guarding. Entering the cube, they walked over to where the robots were stood and noticed 6 hand slots on a desk which needed hands placing on them.
I need some air. I'm going outside, and you can come with me, little one.
Mildred grabbed Polly, and they went out of the cube to find a place to sit and wait. The remaining family inspected absolutely everything but found nothing else.
There were 6 robots, weren't there?
Yeah, so?
So, there are 6 handprints to fill in. Let's go and get the robot hands and try to put them in the 6 places.
Good idea. Let's have a go.
They all scrambled out of the cube and chopped the hands of the robots off and took them to the handprints inside of the cube. Are we sure we want to do this, guys, as we don't know what the heck is going to happen? It seems a little dodgy to me, like some sort of trap.
Well, what are we going to do? Wait here for King Schwebby to come and kill us?
I don't know.
Well, nobody ever got anywhere by talking. Let's take some action. Let's put one of the hands in and see what happens.
OK, yeah, let's do that.
Wait a minute. Let's think about this, guys.
No love. They all started pitching in with different theories and didn't know what to do until Weezer stopped them.
I have an idea. Let's fashion a grabber from a few long sticks, and from the outside of the cube use the sticks to push the hands into the grooves and see what happens.
Yeah, good plan. It's no good us being in there and spikes shooting out and it kill us.
So the gang began to forage for sticks and began untying their shoelaces, trying to tie the branches together to make a long version of a chopstick. It was quite farcical, but a good idea just to be on the safe side, really, don't you think? They all grabbed the chopstick-type device and lowered the first hand into position, then dropped it, and after some prodding and poking, they managed to place the hand into the groove to which it stuck like a magnet. The moment they did it, the back wall of the cube lit up with a map of the world on it, quite ominous, but not dangerous. So they decided to place the next hand into the slot next to that one. They weren't as precise as the first hand, and it took some fiddle-faddling, but clunk, the hand magnetically stuck into place. This time one part of the map lit up. It was flashing. It looked like it was Antarctica. So, trooping on, they managed to fumble the third hand into its groove, and a red dot began glowing on a certain point in Antarctica. They were on the 4th hand, and finally they had gotten better at their coordination effort of manoeuvring the chopsticks. This time, when the hand was placed into the groove, a voice bellowed out from inside the cube.
Surveillance pod initiating return to base sequence.
The group looked at each other with eyebrows crinkled.
It's going to return to the base. Oh, I bet when we put these last hands into place, it's going to launch and return to its point of origin, which I'm guessing is where King Schwebby is. Let's put the next one in and see.
So they placed the next into its groove, and the cube began rumbling as if someone had turned the engine on. Then the voice spoke again.
Awaiting final authorization.
Looking at each other again, they needed to decide whether or not to get inside the cube.
Let's do it. I want a shot at this evil king. With what Polly told me, he needs to be stopped, so I'm in on this one.
Alphonse hopped into the cube, awaiting anyone else.
Polly and Mum, you stay here.
Gordon, Weezer, and William joined Alphonse, like there was any doubt that they wouldn't have joined in the opportunity to foil the evil king's plan. Jed and Willington didn't have a clue, but were raring to go and be part of the adventure, so they scrambled in too. They had already manoeuvred the sixth hand near its groove, so it was only a matter of nudging it to make it fall into its place. They all smiled at each other, and Weezer used her her bottom, and smashed the console, which made the hand fall into its slot.
Authorization complete. Return protocol initiated. Take off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The moment the clock reached 1, the cube vibrated extremely fast, and then shot up vertical, then stopped once they reached a certain height, and then went horizontal with a surge of energy. The group were being thrown all over the place. Like clothes in a tumble dryer, they tried to hold on, but it was quite a rough ride. Then the air temperature started to change from mild to cold, and then cold to freezing. They must have been quite close, so shuffled up towards the window to have a look. They couldn't believe the sight they beheld in front of their eyes. They were quickly approaching a huge, I'm trying to think how to describe it. It was a huge igloo dome type thing, you know, like the one Eskimos use, but on a very, very large scale. It was covered in the purest of white snow, just like all the surrounding landscape. Quite picturesque, really, but this wasn't the time to take in picturesque things and take photos, was it really? Anyway, as the cube approached the top of the igloo dome thingy, it opened, and the cube headed for the entrance and slowed down to enter the large igloo. As they descended, they could see inside of the igloo and couldn't believe it. It looked like a military base, and there was no snow or ice anywhere. In fact, it was quite warm inside, and the opposite to what they had just seen on the outside. Weird. Yes, my favourite word, weird. They landed with a thud that made them all collapse to the floor. Then, nothing. It was silent. Then a voice bellowed from the console inside of the cube.
Prism pods delivered to storage facility successful, awaiting further instructions.
Then there was silence again. Picking themselves up and dusting their clothes off, the gang gathered together for a quick powwow plan-type meeting to decide what to do next.
Now then, we have to have a plan of action. We can't just go in there and take over. We don't have a clue what we're up against, do we?
Alphonse is right. We don't know what Schweb he's got up his sleeve, so, look, it's all this technology stuff. It hasn't taken him long, to get all of this into place, has it?
He can't have done all of this with just him and that translator man, can he?
I don't know, but we have to stop him against all odds. He wants to take over the entire galaxy. He's just insane, and we're the only ones who can do something about it while he's preparing.
Preparing for what, Lou?
Well, by the looks of it, this techie's prepping to launch an attack on the planet.
Let's get our bearings and stealthily investigate outside.
Yeah. We need to move on before he realizes we've escaped.
So the group exited the cube and looked around. It was a wasteland with discarded cubes and various robot limbs scattered about the place, and a lot of rubbish as well. It looked a little like the family garage after being left for about 30 years, or the Temple of Doom, as I like to call it. There were wires, nuts, bolts, screws, glass, plastic, all sorts of materials. The cube said this was a storage facility, so I'm guessing there's a lot of random things all over the place. The group peered across the landscape of the dome they were in and noticed lots of other cubes stacked around the edges of the dome. They all suddenly witnessed a crane which sprang into action, retrieving the prison cube they had just arrived in and proceeding to stack them with the rest. Then, from who knows where, little robots appeared. The guys didn't have a clue where they had come from. They seemed to materialize from nowhere. Quite creepy, if you ask me. The small robots began cleaning all the debris from the floor and sorting things out. They paid absolutely no attention to Gordon the guys. They were mindless drones, not a threat at all.
Keep your eyes on them. I want to see where they go.
Good idea. So they watched, and after about 20 minutes of continuous cleaning, the bots stopped and zoomed to various different spots on the floor and then detracted their wheels and laid on the floor. After a brief pause, the ground underneath the bots opened and swallowed them whole. You can bet this isn't the main base. I say it's underneath our feet. We have to gain access somehow.
Over here, Louvre! I have an idea, Louvres!
Oh, and by the way, I call Jeddy Jed and also Jeddy, but Jed for short. I just thought I'd clear that up. So Jed crossed over to one of the cubes and raised the axe which they still had from earlier and hacked one of the cubes. She ferociously chopped away and managed to detach a panel from one of the sides.
Willington, Louvre!
Willington crossed over to Jeddy and picked up the panel.
Throw it into the middle, Louvre.
So that's what Willington did, and just as Jed had expected, one of the bots emerged from the ground and shot to the discarded panel and picked it up to put it back.
Oh, that's a great idea. We each need to break off some of this tech and throw it onto the floor. Then we can trace the bots and where they came out. We can dig through or get down there somehow. Yes, Louvre.
So they all began breaking off anything they could to throw it to the floor, therefore engaging the bots to clean up so they could locate the entrance holes. After assembling various bits of metal, the group flung pieces everywhere, and various bots emerged from the ground and began to clean up the debris.
Come on, now's our chance.
Each of the adventurers hopped onto the back of one of the bots and were taken to different points. Then the earth swallowed each of the bots with each of the gang into the earth. Oh, I hope they're all right. They were each lowered down like they were going down in an elevator as they stood on top of the cleaning bots. Then they stopped, and a door swooshed open as the bots they were riding started to walk forward into a large room that had a sign above the door which displayed multiple languages, including English.
Bot storage room.
As the bots neared the farthest wall, the group each leapt off. Huddling around, they began debating what to do next. Right, we have to find this King Shwebby and stop him before any of this tech stuff gets used to take over the earth.
We have to be careful. Yes, Louvre. So what's next, Louvre?
Well, I reckon we get out of this room and try to navigate and find the king.
As far as we know, it's just him and that translator henchman guy. They're like the masterminds behind all of this operation.
It's not going to be easy, though, is it? None of this has been easy so far. We're probably going to run into some trouble.
Just make sure you all keep your wits about you and, We need to be as stealthy as possible, so no loud noises. Proper ninja style. First port of call is to get out of here and get our bearings, maybe find a map or something.
They all nodded and went to the door, which whooshed open as they approached. It was eerily silent in the corridor outside, and the light was very clinically bright. The whole place had wires and computer chips all over it, as if it hadn't been finished yet. They all decided to advance down the left corridor, and as they were walking, Jed noticed something on the walls, something very tiny walking along the wires. They looked like ants. "Look, Loobs!" They all paused and took a look. There were lots of ant-sized robotic creatures walking on the wires. Then various creatures or machines or these ant things would stop and begin fixing the wires. They were the ones building this place. They didn't take notice of the gang and carried on with their duties.
He has some really advanced technology, but it looks like this underground bunker thing isn't finished and they're trying to finish it fast.
We may be just in time to take the advantage and use the element of surprise.
Come on, let's carry on.
Venturing further into the labyrinth, they came across a double door and decided to inspect the room. So Gord, Ian and Alphonse went to one side of the door and Jed and Willington to the other and grabbed the seam in the middle and they heaved it open. There was no sound from the room as Gord cautiously poked his head around the corner. The coast was clear, so they all went into the room. The lights powered on slowly as they entered the room to reveal a humongous tank containing insects of all kinds.
This must be what they fed the town people when we were in the land of the Quilt.
Yeah, but why are they here?
He may eat them, who knows, or he may still want everyone else to eat them. Yuck.
Let's venture on and see if we can uncover something a bit more useful than this.
Dismissing the creepy crawlies, they went further into the labyrinth. They each walked with an air of caution as they didn't know what they would find next. Then, all of a sudden, they heard the familiar to Ian Weiser and Gord, voice of King Shwebby and the translator. They followed the sound of the voices and walked onto a balcony where they all saw the king and the translator below. They all huddled around together and made sure they weren't seen or heard so they could listen in on the conversation.
Yes, my lord, all is going to plan. The facility is being created by the nanobot technology that I brought in case we needed to switch to plan B, which obviously we did because we're on plan B, my lord.
I want you now in the shoes.
Oh, yes, my lord, the bugs are being prepared and farmed as we speak so we can grind them up to put them into the human food and make the humans weaker so they will need your great leadership to help them survive, and then we can mine all of the Earth's resources and choose a planet in the solar system to build a new world in your image. Oh, great King Shwebby.
Oh, yes, so I see pirating captain.
Oh, yes, my lord, we are on schedule, and the weapons facility, along with the prisons facility, is being constructed to enforce your laws. Earth will bow to you, O great king, and all shall cower or be punished and imprisoned so we can harvest their life force.
The translator walked over to a control panel and pushed a button which revealed a tank full of bugs of all kinds. They were wriggling and squirming. It was disgusting. Then the translator turned and nodded to the king, who smiled. After the brief glance, the translator's head shot to the balcony where Gordon the gang were, and he began speaking.
Gordon and family, we know you are here and have known of your presence this whole time. Now reveal yourself and bow to the king. Do you think we were that stupid as to let you simply walk in here and take over our operation? You fools, you and your family will have a front row seat to the takeover and destruction of this stupid planet after you made so many problems for us before. We weren't going to let you foil our plans again, you stupid earthlings.
The hairs on their necks and arms stood on ends. Then Schwebby gave a sadistic smile and vanished.
My king is safe. He is very intelligent and knew you would fall into his trap.
All of a sudden, from behind the gang, robots appeared from within the walls. So, without a second thought, they all shot off into different directions with a bot chasing each of them. The translator simply smiled and chuckled to himself as he walked through a doorway to the right and vanished himself. It was looking like a scene from Scooby-Doo, where they run through one door and appear out of the other. The adrenaline was surging through their veins and made their senses heightened as they fled as fast as they could, trying to avoid the pursuing robots and gain some sort of advantage. Oh, our Gordy was the first to be caught, and he was grabbed with a grip like a vice, which crushed his arm. The more he tried to struggle, the tighter the bot gripped, so he made the conscious decision to stop struggling, and so the grip loosened. Our Ian was next, followed by Weezer, Jedi, and Willington. Alphonse was still evading being caught, but after about 30 minutes and 5 robots, he was caught too. The robots then escorted them back to the balcony room, where there were now chairs spaced evenly apart for each of the gang. They were each shoved into the chairs, and immediately when their rumps or bottoms hit the seats, shackles shot over their wrists and ankles so they couldn't escape. It's not looking good for our awesome adventurers, is it? Oh, the poor guys. Then the robots went away, leaving the gang in pure silence.
What are we going to do?
I don't know. I can't get free.
Oh no, love. What are we going to do, Loops?
How could we let ourselves get into a trap like this?
Calm down now. We need to think. How are we going to get free?
They all sat looking very perplexed. You could see the cogs going round in their little brains. Oh, they were working overtime to try and come up with a solution to get out.
Anybody any ideas?
The group were silent and couldn't think of anything to do or say. It was very depressing and frustrating. Oh, the situation seemed like they were doomed. Oh, it's not fair. They always come up with something. Come on, guys, you can do it. I believe in you. Sorry, I need to think positive. Take a breath. Come on, guys, you can do this. Refocus and get out of there. Okay, back to the story. I'm very sorry. I do get quite involved in this. Oh, wait a minute. I'll just give myself a quick slap. There we go. Back into the story. After a moment of silence, a thin slit opened in the roof, and a projection screen lowered itself in front of the gang. Each of them tilted their heads in curiosity and wondered what on earth was happening. A projector from behind them began to project a film onto the screen in front of them. It was footage of Schwebby being drawn through the streets on a hovering platform. Then a voice began narrating.
Dear citizens of Earth, I am here to save you and your planet. My name is King Swebby. I am offering you the greatest and most sustainable future. Together we can advance into a brighter, warmer tomorrow. With the imminent threat of war looming, I offer my services to protect and save the lives of Earth. Allow me to use my advanced technology to ward off the alien foes so we can restore balance and peace. Oh, and safety.
The clip kept playing over and 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 over. Oh, sorry. I was like a broken record. Yes, it was like a broken record. It was Yawn City. The gang had been in their seats for half an hour listening to this tripe of a speech when all of a sudden the lights went out and the video stopped. They were plunged into pure darkness and couldn't see a thing. For a moment they wondered if this was part of the torture they were being exposed to, and then the lights powered on, but the video had stopped. A door whooshed open and a hulking, huge figure stepped into the room. He had purple skin with blue, veiny arms, and his face was, well, all I can describe it or compare it to was it looked like a platypus. But his physique was like the Roman gladiators, you know, the ones you see in Rome or in the history books. There was a slight pause, then the purple man walked over to the gang, and when he reached them, the doors of the room clicked. They all guessed they were locked in. The mystery man stared hard at the adventurers, and his face, it looked as though he was beginning to smile. It was quite disgusting, to be honest. His bizarre, sadistic, weird gaze lasted for what seemed like forever, and then he turned to Alphonse.
I do not like to speak your native tongue, as it offends my mouth.
Alphonse didn't take his eyes off of the mystery man.
I have been watching you, and the research orb you destroyed at your home captured the footage of you and your champion belts. You are Earth's champion. I am the king's son. He created me from his DNA and improved me physically so I could be his general and toughest subject. All challengers I have faced have been crushed, and our enemies I have destroyed with a single blow. My father, King Swebby, does not know I have come to find you.
Alphonse tilted his head and wondered why he wanted to find him, and then the question was answered.
From what I have seen, you seem to be a mighty opponent and a champion, so I want to challenge you to a fight and prove that my race are stronger. I will not use weapons. I will release you from your chair, and we will fight. I will kill you with a single blow, you puny human.
Alphonse's eyebrows crinkled and his blue eyes glinted as he relished a challenge and saw this as an opportunity to free the gang. The mystery man, King Swebby's son, went to a control panel on the wall and pushed a button that released Alphonse's cuffs. Alphonse stood and rubbed his wrists. King Swebby's son's eyes widened and his ears pricked up as Alphonse said,
"Come on, then, I haven't got all day."
This enraged King Swebby's son, and he flew across the room, his muscles bulging and full, ready to deal out some serious punishment to Alphonse. As the first fist travelled towards Alphonse's head, he didn't move, and the gang thought he was surely done for. Just as the fist was about to land on Alphonse's face, all the gang closed their eyes so tight and waited to hear the impact of the blow. They all opened their tightly clenched eyes and peered through, and they couldn't believe what they saw. Shwebby's son was stood, his arm fully stretched as if he had just thrown a punch. And where was Alphonse? He was stood slightly to one side, smiling. He had dodged the punch with some pretty precise timing and stood there smiling. Oh, the cheeky little... King Shwebby's son's face was quite a picture. He looked totally shocked and astonished that a mere human could move so fast.
You silly sod, fighting isn't about power. Oh, I can dodge shots like that all day. Oh, I thought you said you were a champion or something. Oh, what a champion.
King Shwebby's son began his second attack, and this time the rage seemed to make him slightly quicker, but not quick enough to outmaneuver our good old Alphonse. This time Shwebby's son threw flurries of punches which were all ineffective, and Alphonse bobbed and weaved, evading every single blow. This only made Shwebby's son madder and madder. He obviously hadn't expected Alphonse to dodge his attacks. Slipping, sliding, ducking, diving, bobbing, weaving, Alphonse smiled as the sinister purple Shwebby son tried his best, but to no avail. Then Alphonse shocked everyone and leaped back and stood tall, chest high, and baited Shwebby's son.
Okay, I've demonstrated that I'm faster than you, so I'm going to give you a chance, lad. I'll stand here and I'll let you punch me just once.
Shwebby's son couldn't believe the sheer cheek of Alphonse, but he wasn't going to let this opportunity pass by, so he advanced and threw a power punch towards Alphonse. Alphonse, in fact, did move his head slightly, and the fist flew, smashing a control panel behind him on the wall, to which the shackles of the gang's chairs were released. Shwebby's son looked like he could explode while Alphonse laughed. He laughed so hard and forgot himself, and the purple man took this as his golden opportunity to teach Alphonse a lesson. Before anyone could say anything, the purple man threw a devastating punch at Alphonse, and this time it connected with Alphonse's jaw. The gang gasped in horror as Shwebby's son had broken Alphonse's jaw. It was just dangling down from his face.
Ah, you see, I am the victor, you foolish human. None shall succeed in beating me, for I am Quark, son of the legendary Shwebby.
To everyone's amazement, Alphonse stood tall and gripped his jaw with both hands and snapped it back into place. It slotted in perfectly.
Sorry about that, gang. I had to let him think he had a chance at winning. Oh, and by the way, my jaw dislocating, it wasn't at all from his punch. It was an accident I had back in a car crash back in, I think it was 2006. Don't panic, I'm fine.
Alphonse wiggled his jaw to loosen it up, and the gang sighed in sweet relief. Shwebby's son's jaw was open in disbelief. He couldn't believe a mere human could take a blow like that and not be sent into the other world, or at least to his knees. Alphonse began turning his head, and it made a wonderful cracking noise, and then he twisted around, and it sounded as though someone was making popcorn somewhere, but it was all the little cracks and cricks in his back.
Now that we've finished the warm-up, it's my turn. It's time for the main event.
King Shwebby's son wasn't going to back down, and neither was Alphonse. They both stood in a cowboy-style standoff, each ready to make a move. Alphonse smiled and started using some pretty fancy footwork, hopping from one foot to the other as he advanced towards his opponent. The moment Shwebby's son got into striking distance, he began throwing barrages of punches at Alphonse, to which Alphonse simply dodged, and it enraged Shwebby's son further. Then the counterattack started. Alphonse began to make Schwebby's son miss and make him pay. Alphonse dodged and then attacked with uppercuts, body shots, and jabs, his favourite. Now, if Schwebby's son wasn't so purple, you would have probably seen the bruises that were forming as he was taking a lot of punishment off Alphonse. Ian whispered to Gordon.
Watch Dad's feet. If you see them plant he's going to use his power punch, just watch.
Just as Ian said, Alphonse stopped dancing, planted his feet, and generated energy all the way up his body to throw the knockout blow. The punch nearly went all the way through King Schwebby's son's head, and it's a wonder it didn't pop off of his body. King Schwebby's son fell to the ground with an almighty thud. He was out cold. That's the problem with this so-called prince. He's used to getting his own way. Well, maybe now we might have learnt a lesson. I don't want to fight, but when the time calls for it, you've got to, haven't you?
Well done, Dad.
Thanks, Alphonse.
Well done, Dad Louv. Thanks, Alphonse.
The group each fist-bumped one another in victory. Willington and Ian grabbed the Purple Prince and threw him into one of the chairs they had been sat in. Alphonse went over to one of the walls and ragged out some cables and tied the Purple Prince to the chair. Right, let's venture on and find Schwebby and end this madness before it's too late. They decided to keep moving forward, and so all proceeded to a double door in front of them. It whooshed open, revealing yet another corridor. Keeping their wits about them, they went on, curiously and cautiously. After what seemed to be the longest corridor recorded in history or on the planet, they reached a room that stated one word: control. Readying themselves, they managed to pry open the door to reveal a room that had a huge desk and a computer console on it. There was nobody in the room, so they could afford to relax for a little while and gain their bearings. Gordon walked over to the computer and began inspecting it. Jed decided to stand guard, watching the corridor while the gang gathered around the computer. Everyone looked extremely puzzled and couldn't quite fathom out what to do. Then, for the first time in our tale, Willington actually spoke without Jed stopping him. Ooh, are you ready?
If you would all please kindly stand aside, I will assist the team in operating this device so we may further expose the evil king's plan and stop this evil raining down on the earth.
Willington began pushing various keys on the console, and the screen sprang to life. He then withdrew his phone from his pocket and attached a wire from the console to his phone.
I actually don't believe this.
What? What is it?
They were all eager to have a look and see what Willington was so concerned about.
I have managed to hack into the system, but won't go undiscovered for long. You won't believe it.
What?
What? No.
What?
What?
They all exclaimed.
Well, it seems there is more to the plot than meets the eye. The king is a self-contained reproductive organism, and the bugs we came across in the other room were, in fact, parts of the king, or should I say, his children. The said bugs are fed to the masses, and the said bugs will take over their human hosts, and so the people become part of the king, so he can control and rule them from the inside out. Apparently, the king used to be more of an insect himself, like the other bugs, but he chose to create a body to host the bug, which is him. It is quite confusing. So, what we see as Schwebby houses a bug, which is the king. Therefore, we have to break the shell to destroy the king, which won't be a small feat. Ugh, that's enough, Lou.
Jed put her finger onto Willington's lips, and he went back to being his quiet, usual, jolly self. Well, they all now knew the evil king's plan and were all fired up to save the world. The gang needed a game plan, so they all huddled together around the big table to pitch a few ideas.
We need something to break that armour of his off.
It has to be tough, though.
We will have to make something with what we have around us.
Our best bet is to make a few spear-like weapons. We can jab with those or throw them. Well, we won't find anything in here, will we, Louvs? So we'll have to search further and try not to get captured again, Louvs. I have powered down the protection robots so they shouldn't be able to attack us, and have a map of this facility on my mobile phone.
Jed swiped the phone from Willington's hand and gave him a kiss and said,
Well done, Louvre. Now let's go, Louvs.
With that, they all followed Jed into the corridor. Where are we going?
This way, Louvre.
Jed led them right, left, straight, and then left again, and they reached a door that displayed one word: Armory. They managed to bully the doors open and were stood in the doorway looking at a hall full of weapons. Of course, little Gordon picked up a small laser gun and tried to fire it, but it flashed red.
They must be DNA activated or something, like they do on the films, where unless your DNA has been coded into the computer, you can't use them, which is no good to us.
We'll have to use hand weapons then.
They each scattered themselves about the armory looking for a suitable weapon. Alphonse came across some gloves with spikes on the knuckles. Perfect. Weiss found a baseball bat-type weapon. Willington and Jed picked up 2 sledgehammers, Ian picked up a chain, and our little Gordy chose a short spear. They were all armed to the teeth and ready to roll.
Where shall we go then, Louvs?
Jed held the phone out to the group and showed them the map. There was a large room in the centre, and they all decided it was the best to head there and work their way out from the central point. It was so much easier now they had a map. Thank you, Willington Piccolo. As they were approaching the great big central chamber, they heard voices.
Leather shoe, crocodile shoe.
I am so sorry, Father. I will capture the prisoners and take them back to the torture room for more torture. I honestly believed that their champion would have fallen like all of the others did before.
Yes, of course, you
My lord, we need to continue to build this facility and perfect our plan if we are to take this planet by...
Just as the translator was about to finish his sentence, the gang looked and nodded to one another and threw caution to the wind and ran straight into the room ready for the final battle.
Ooh, boss battle, I bet you can't wait. I know I can't.
They faced Schwebby, his son, and the translator. All 3 were quite startled, but stood to face Gordon the gang.
Well, how much street
My great king says you have proven yourselves as worthy adversaries, and if you stop now, you will be rewarded and may become champions of the king's new world, and there you will receive riches beyond your wildest dreams and a place to live. He is offering you a once-in-a-lifetime chance of immortality, to be worshipped like gods and to live freely. But if you refuse, you will face extinction. All of your family will be hunted down and killed, along with yourselves, as you watch. So, my king says, what will it be? Freedom or death?
Well, I don't know about you guys, but I'm sick of hearing about all this and tired of this joke of a king. It's bug squishing time. Charge! They all shot off towards the king with adrenaline surging through their every move. The translator pushed a button on the wall and expected robots to appear, but Wellington had disabled them earlier. His face was a picture. King Shwebby's son stepped forward and was about to attack when Alphonse slid in front of him. Round 2, eh? Alphonse wasn't messing about this time. He punched Shwebby's son with an almighty right hand, which again sent him to the floor. He was out cold. The translator began to run for the door in the back and shot off screaming in sheer terror. It was just the king now. Shwebby brushed himself off and pushed a button on his arm, and the moment he did, the human skin suit he was wearing fell off, revealing a massive bug with 6 legs and 8 eyes. It was Shwebby in his true form. Immediately, Shwebby scurried across the room and thrust one of the legs through Willington Piccolo's shoulder, which sent him to the ground, screaming. Alphonse leaped into action, dodging the leg and tried punching the body, but it was like hitting a wall. Everyone tried to use their weapons but couldn't get a clean shot as the king moved extremely fast. Jed dragged Willington to one side and he beckoned her close with his hand and wanted to speak.
I know what we have to do. I was playing a game recently and they killed the monster with its own weapons. Stab him with what he stabbed me. Oh.
Willington passed out through the pain.
Good idea, Louvre. Rest, Louvre.
Jed shot to Gordon and shouted Iam over while Alphonse and Weiss distracted the king.
We need to use his spiky legs, Louvre, to stab him, Louvres.
But how?
I don't know, Louvre, but we have to figure it out, Louvres.
I know. We can use this chain. We need to trip him up and then get to the body and dodge his attack so hopefully he strikes himself. It's all we have. So God grabbed this end of the chain while I grab the other end and Jed distract him with Weiss and Dad. Me and God will tie his legs up, leaving one free so he thinks he has a chance. Got it? Iam and Gordon nodded at each other and took hold of the chain and rushed into the fray. They weaved through his legs and managed to get all but one, which tripped Shwebby up, sending him hurtling to the ground. When he was there, God jumped onto his body and was about to make his way to the stomach when the leg with lightning-like speed shot at Gordon. Oh no. He simply wasn't fast enough to dodge it, but unbeknownst to God, Iam had anticipated the strike and leapt, pushing Gordon out of the way. But unfortunately, it was to Iam's detriment as the strike went straight through his arm and cut it clean off. On its way through, it also chopped off one of the tied-up legs too. Shwebby gave an ungodly shriek when the leg got severed off. The strike wasn't enough to take the king down and had only chopped off one of his legs. Iam was out of the fight for sure and laid motionless on the ground. Without a second thought, Jed dragged him across the room to where Willington was. Jed was crying and took Willington's phone whilst dodging into the corridor. God, Weiser and Alphonse didn't know where she went but were too busy to go after her. The king, after much struggle, wiggled his way out of the chains and although he had lost a leg, didn't seem any less dangerous at all. He gave out a huge roar in frustration and seemed even more powerful than before. Jed ran back into Willington and Iam with what looked like first aid supplies and began tending to their wounds. The king backed off slightly as the guys tried to catch their breath. Jed stood with the sledgehammer in hand and tears in her eyes.
Smashing time, Louvre.
While they were all having a standoff, Gordon looked over at Ian and couldn't believe his bro had saved his life. Willington came around and stood up and stared at the king. It was do or die now, and the gang were ready to fight. The battle commenced once again, with Schwebe's legs flying all over the place, trying to kill the family. They were all doing a phenomenal job evading his attacks, but needed this to end before they were in serious trouble. Jed grabbed the chain and beckoned Gordon over once again.
Right, little Louv, I need you to climb up the wall, Louv, to that hook on the ceiling, Louv, and put this chain on it, and I will do the rest, my Louv.
Gord didn't have a clue, but nodded and began scrambling up the wall with the chain as fast as his little body could muster, while Jed joined the others to distract Schwebe. He reached the hook which was on the ceiling and hooked the chain over it. Jed crossed to Alphonse and whispered something into his ear, to which he nodded. The chain was now dangling above the battlefield. What happened next was magnificently amazing, and if filmed in a live-action Hollywood-style film, it would give you goosebumps. Harnessing the great emotional energy from watching her husband and brother be wounded and thinking they could possibly die, Jed ran through the battle, leaving Alphonse, Gord and Weiss to distract Schwebe, and picked up the leg that had been broken off and put it under her arm. She obviously knew what she was about to do and proceeded with precision and speed. Jed, with Schwebe's leg under her arm, grabbed the chain and started to run along the wall, gaining momentum fast. She then elegantly skimmed the wall with her fast feet, and when she gained enough speed, she launched for Schwebe's body and plunged the leg into the armoured stomach, sending the king backwards as he took the blow. Jed fell to the ground as the king stumbled backwards. Taking no chances, the group grabbed the leg protruding from Schwebe's abdomen and pushed him back with all their might until he got to the wall, and they plunged the leg right through him. All movement stopped. He had finally, once and for all, been defeated. Yaha! Ah, what a magnificent battle, and well done, gang, for giving it 100%. That was some pretty epic teamwork right there. The family drew in deep breaths as they were all knackered and, tired, and glad Schwebe had finally fallen. Then they looked at the corpse of their fallen foe and noticed something coming from the hole in the abdomen. It was a small bug that scurried out. It began to run for the door, trying to escape.
No, you don't. No getting away this time.
Weisa plucked a dog poop bag out of her pocket and scooped up the excuse me, no swearing. Let's keep it real. The bug king, and tied a knot in the top. The gang rejoiced, and then they remembered Willington and Ian needed some medical assistance, so they escorted them to the facility's medical lab. There were beds there where they put Ian and Willington. Grabbing what they could, they managed to stem all the bleeding, but Ian was in pretty bad shape and needed the hospital. They had to get out of this place and return home fast. So, taking a quick glance at the map, they all headed for a room labelled Shuttle. As they arrived, they noticed the translator prepping one of the escape pods.
Please place hand here for authorization.
The translator placed his hand on the square and a door opened, and he was about to get in and escape when Alphonse grabbed him by the collar.
Oh, please don't hurt me. I will help you to escape this place. I will not harm you, I promise. But please, not the face.
We want to go back to Yorkshire, to our home. Now you set the programme and we won't hurt you. You can go free. Come on. Chop chop.
The translator nodded and set the coordinates, and the pod booted up. Alphonse then picked up the translator and tossed him out of the pod. The gang all sat down, relieved to finally be going home.
Transportation initiation sequence initiated. Take off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
The pod shot off into the air at tremendous speed, and as soon as it reached the dome lid, the doors opened and let them pass through. God looked at the poop bag with the king inside.
What shall we do with this?
Give him to Peter Parker.
Oh yeah, okay.
The pod shot off and didn't take long to get back to their hometown. It touched down and they all got out, and as soon as they did, the pod shot off again. Jed and Weiss took Ian and Willington to the hospital to get them looked after. Alphonse walked with Gordon and took him home to his house on the hill where Polly and Mildred awaited. Waving bye to Alphonse, Gordon didn't speak a word, which was quite rare for him, and dragged his weary self upstairs to his room, collapsed on the bed, and slept for 12 hours. Upon rising without Polly disturbing him, she had finally learned, he decided to go and get a shower and something to eat. I mean, he did deserve it. After all, he had just saved the world. Oh, yes, and with the assistance of his family, of course. As he was tucking into some cereal, Weiss walked in through the door, and she looked a little bit sad. Gordon dropped his cereal spoon and went straight over to her.
What's wrong?
After a brief pause, a smile widened Weiss's face.
Nothing. Everything's okay, you little diddly derp. I were just messing.
How's Ian?
Well, he will have to be in hospital for a while and needs a prosthetic arm, but he's okay, and Willington is fine too. Here, for Peter Parker, as promised.
Weiser held out the poo bag with the king bug inside. Gordon took it and smiled. He raced upstairs to his room as fast as he could and opened the bag curiously and cautiously. The king, of course, was trying to get out, so God scrunched the top of the bag closed. He then walked over to a glass cage on his bedroom side table that housed Gordon's tarantula, Peter Parker. He opened the lid and tossed the king inside.
King Schwebby, meet Peter Parker. Peter Parker, meet your dinner.
I do love a happy ending, don't you? A fitting end to the Tyrant King and a victory for God and the gang. Ooh-hoo-hoo. Thank you so much for listening along. Please like, share, subscribe, but most importantly, enjoy, you wonderfully amazing, beautiful people.